Tornado warnings mean that the radar has confirmed a tornado, usually by radar indicated debris that's being lofted in the air. So the purple ones give a little bit more evidence to confirming that a tornado has or is forming. For folks that are traveling in these areas, periods of heavy rainfall should also be expected. If you are watching on social media, just acknowledge and know the fact that social media streams are often on a delay, sometimes by 30 to 60 seconds, maybe even longer than that. So make sure that you continue to keep an eye on that timestamp on the top left-hand side of your screen. Make sure that you are staying on the live portion, that if you've rewound or at any point that you go back to the most recent information, and acknowledge that it is on some sort of delay. So think ahead of time. If you're in southern Bienville Parish and you're watching this on social media, then you want to go ahead and take your shelter now. If you have received this alert on your phone, a lot of the EAS alerts will alert your phone unless you've deactivated them. Most phones will get these alerts. If you have received that alert, it means that you are within that tornado warning polygon, that you need to be sheltered. All of these are typical, normal tornado precautions that in the Ark-La-Miss, quite frankly, we see a lot of. But tropical landfalling systems, as we continue to repeat, are a very different animal in terms of the speed in which they develop, and in many instances are kind of difficult to indicate and see. So make sure that you are sheltered and avoid travel if you can, especially in the western sections of the viewing area. I know a lot of folks are probably wondering farther eastward if you're watching our coverage and you live in Rayville or Tallulah or Delhi, and you're kind of wondering, what about us? We're not talking about you because there's not a whole lot going on in your area. And to be honest, a lot of those spots may be very limited in the overall scope of the impacts that they see associated with Tropical Storm Beryl. Farther eastward, there's nothing going on, and there's a good chance that a lot of these areas stay almost rain-free, but it's these supercellular-like structures, really low-topped, quickly forming, quickly moving in many instances, that are going to be producing the potential for tornadoes. And we've hit that peak in the afternoon that in typical springtime severe weather episodes, this is that time of the day where we've peaked out in the afternoon heating, and so the atmosphere is reaching its most unstable points, and so the rain coverage and the banding associated with Beryl can kind of stretch out across the area a little bit more. As we go deeper into the night and sunsets, atmosphere starts to cool down a little bit. A lot of this activity will start shrinking back down closer to the storm center. That said, the storm center will also likely trail off to the north and then northeast, perhaps even clipping the far northwestern reaches of our viewing area. So there is a potential for maybe tornado possibilities to extend beyond this evening into southern Arkansas. And that's why our tornado watch remains in effect until 10 o'clock tonight for a large scope of the western parts of our viewing area. There's a new tornado warning out that includes the downtown Shreveport, Bossier areas as well. So again, friends, family, relatives, whatever, co-workers, what have you, that live and work in western portions of Louisiana, there's a number of tornado warnings and they need to be sheltered. Communication is the key. Give them as much advance notice as possible, especially if they're traveling. We'll go back to our Wynn Parish, Natchitoches Parish, Bienville Parish storm, and this storm will likely be entering Bienville Parish, I would say, in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. Notably, to at least acknowledge the fact that there's not necessarily a lot of highly populated areas across this part of Bienville Parish, but there are a lot of small communities and things of that nature. So again, please make sure that you're sheltered. One of them being the Saline community, and then you move farther northward and you start getting into the Lucky and Arcadia and Bienville and a lot of those areas closer to I-20. The I-20 area is not under a tornado warning in Bienville Parish right now. It is the southernmost sections, and like I said, toward the Lucky communities and things of that nature, and also just to the north of Galdana, which is right west of, or right along the Wynn Parish line. This storm's starting to kind of intensify a little bit as it trails off to the north. These storms, again, moving north, not west to east like typical systems would. Landfalling tropical systems will send those bands off to the north. So again, that tornado warning, I'll leave that on the screen for just a second and step off. And Alex, a lot of these storms, to be honest with you, will, like I said, ebb and flow in their intensity. This storm didn't look overly impressive about 10 minutes ago when the warning was canceled, and then next thing you know, it's back up and going again. again.
Right, on the storm relative velocity, it really didn't have a nice couplet like it does now, but as you can see, like on the graphics there, it has that green, that red mixing, and that's what we really look for in terms of tornado potential or signatures of tornadoes, is that rotation that we see when you have reds and greens, and that's called a couplet. And like he mentioned, it's moving northward, and the general rotation of a circular system like a tropical system typically moves counterclockwise. So eventually this will start moving north-northwestward, which will be an issue for some areas towards the western half, per se, of that radar or that box there. So if you reside, per se, in the areas towards the western half of that red flashing box in southern Bienville Parish, you also need to take warning and take heed into your safe place. If you don't know where your safe place is, we'll repeat that a lot for you. That is the most interior room of whatever building you reside in, and it's important that you are away from any windows. The most dangerous part about any sort of debris or any sort of tornado issue is the debris that it may cause due to the wind. So that's what we're tracking here. And again, this tornado warning goes until 3:15, and it's going directly north into Bienville Parish, and we'll be tracking that until, again, it either expires or we get a new warning reissued.
And so kind of illustrating the same point that Alex and I have just been talking about, how a lot of these tornado warnings are going over the same areas over and over. A new tornado warning has just been issued for far western reaches of Bienville Parish. This is the same general area that was under tornado warning about a half hour ago. That warning was trimmed away and kind of pushed into portions of Webster and Caddo parishes, but a new tornado warning has been issued for you folks, and this is downstream of this storm that is continuing to make its way northward out of Natchitoches Parish. Also of note, again, outside of our viewing area, but a tornado debris signature has been observed with that storm as it makes its way toward the I-20 corridor near Houghton. Again, that's between Minden and Bossier City, kind of moving toward Bossier City on I-20. There is a radar-confirmed tornado along I-20 moving in that area. Outside of our viewing area, but if you're traveling, have friends or family in that area, let them know. The Wind Parish storm will be entering portions of Bienville Parish shortly, and as we mentioned earlier, and Alex mentioned earlier too, start thinking ahead. Think in advance of these clusters of storms, these cells, as they make their way northward. You can pretty much kind of draw out and extrapolate a line making its way northward. If this cell were to hold together, eventually as it gets north of the storm circulation, will start to move to the northwest a little bit. So that's the same banding structure that we're seeing with a lot of these storms as they make their way into the viewing area. And that's why they've stayed so far on the outer fringes of our viewing area. And it's going to take the storm center getting deeper into East Texas and perhaps some of the banding nature farther south of these thunderstorms to move northward to perhaps increase the tornado potential in our area. But the overall scope of the tornado threat in the Ark-La-Miss is really limited and focused across the western half. Farther eastward, you're going to see us on TV or on social media a lot today, and if anything changes, obviously we'll let you know. And there is still the potential for an outlying cell, maybe even as far east as Monroe or Columbia. I know you folks aren't under a tornado watch right now, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities for a few more cells to develop just a smidge farther eastward that would drift northward into our area later this afternoon and into this evening. I'm not saying that that's going to happen. It is still a possibility as that as Tropical Storm Beryl continues to make its way northward. And I know we say storm a lot, and we're talking about individual storms within a larger tropical storm, and that can get kind of confusing. So we'll try to clarify that as much as possible as we go through the day. Again, just recapping for those that are just getting to a TV or getting their cell phones or whatever, and they're getting the social media alerts or what have you. A tornado warning is in effect for Wind Parish and Bienville Parishes until 3:15. It also includes northeastern sections of Natchitoches Parish. It's this area right here. I know it doesn't look like much. These tropical systems, low top, quick forming, and sometimes the signatures are rather brief and weak. That does not imply that it is a weak tornado. Remember, we're taking pictures of the atmosphere, and if you take a picture of the atmosphere at one point, that does not tell the whole story of what this storm could be looking like now versus what it did 30, 45 seconds or even a minute, minute and a half ago. So that's why we have to have the tornado warnings issued for large areas and things of that nature. Also a reminder that tornado warnings are issued for a broader area as storms move deeper into the warning to account for any westward or eastward moving motion. So there are areas on the outer fringes of these tornado warnings that, yeah, you may not see a tornado, but you are under the warning you need to be sheltered in the event that this cell were to sway in either direction, especially perhaps starting to make more of that northwesterly turn. The tornado warning in effect for southwestern sections of Bienville Parish. The plus side, I guess if there is any good news to having two different tornado warnings in the area, is they're right beside each other, so we can follow both of them rather easily as they move into Bienville Parish. So possible tornado 1, possible tornado 2. The red warning means that it is radar indicated but not radar confirmed. The purple warnings that you see on the top left-hand side of your screen again mean radar confirmed, that debris has been indicated on radar or something of that nature to confirm that a tornado is on the ground. Sometimes it could be a spotter, storm chaser, Weather Service employees, or what have you, that can also confirm those. We will continue to monitor both of these storms. I will also acknowledge that this Natchitoches Parish circulation has kind of hit a downward peak, if you will, kind of hit the valley of its intensity. I wouldn't be surprised to see it kind of pulse back up. That's something that we've seen already today. This storm had a tornado warning with it and Wynn and Grant parishes, moved out of the viewing area, was allowed to expire at 3:45, and then probably a minute and a half later, we needed another warning as it re-intensified. Daytime heating will also do that as these cells perhaps move into an environment that haven't seen rain today, especially farther eastward in our viewing area. These are spots that, again, still have a lot of warm, humid environment to work with, so that kind of refeeds and re-energizes these storms at times. Looking at the storm relative velocities and some of the arrival times that Alex has pulled up on a different screen there, it looks like the Lucky community is about 3:22 this afternoon, and the Bienville community at 3:33 this afternoon. Those are estimated times of arrival for this storm moving to the north at 35 miles per hour. So don't wait till those times. You've still got 18, 20 minutes or so until that storm would move into your area, but go ahead and start moving to the safe place now. Start charging your cellular devices. That way you could still receive alerts even after the power has gone out, or if you lose power. I wouldn't expect a lot of widespread power outages in our area. Again, even with the banding of a tropical system, the winds in our area have still generally been fairly manageable, but some of these storms will produce maybe some 50 or 60 mile an hour wind gusts associated with the possibility of a developing tornado. So power outages, while sporadic, maybe isolated, are still possible, especially if you encounter possible damage in and around your neighborhood or your area. All things that seem pretty common sense, but I know there's a lot of storm anxiety, and a lot of folks don't like dealing with severe weather, and we totally acknowledge that, but and also throwing kind of another curveball into the mix, if you will, is that this is a tropical landfalling system, which is very different. So a lot of the things that folks practice and to be honest with you, we are so frequently in tune with severe weather in this area, a lot of us almost become, you know, avid weather watchers or hobbyists or things like that, and we know what we look like, what to look at on radar. And that's where the trained meteorology of knowing what the low-top tropical cell can do, that's why these warnings are issued so quickly by the National Weather Service, just because of the fast-developing nature. And trying to describe that can be sometimes kind of complex, especially when we're so used to seeing the bolder, stronger storms on radar. Again, Tornado 1, Tornado 2. I would also continue to keep an eye on this cell that's moving into the tornado warning area. They don't look like much low-topped, but they can produce those brief tornadoes. Brief does not necessarily mean weak. Even an EF0 tornado produces, you know, 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds, and you get an EF1 territory, and you're talking about even stronger than that. And so just make sure that you're heeding the warnings as they are issued throughout the course of the day. Elsewhere, farther to the south and east, if there is a little bit of good news, we've been watching, and we mentioned this kind of band that's moving into our area. the more noticeable, sustained, stronger bands associated with Beryl remain in East Texas. That's where we're seeing the flash flood concerns and things of that nature. But if there's one little piece of good news, is that we really haven't seen a whole lot of extreme intensification of these cells that are moving out of the Alexandria area. Doesn't necessarily mean that as they continue to move northward that they don't intensify, but they really haven't flourished yet. And so that allows us to not have to worry about those in the short term. We can just kind of stay locked in on the 2 tornado warnings that we have. A reminder that the tornado watch is in effect western half of the viewing area. The side note to a lot of this as we go through the daytime hours today and the nighttime hours tonight is while isolated to widely scattered in nature, Alex, the rain with a tropically driven thunderstorm will be very heavy. In fact, we saw some of those heavier downpours last night too.
Absolutely, and just goes to show that the tropically driven downpours and even the storms that are not per se severe thunderstorm warned or have tornado warnings on them, it produced a 53-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Monroe Regional Airport last night. So these are not storms that you want to drive in or want to go out and see, because they often produce a lot of lightning at times as well. So even if you are not per se in the effect of the tornado warnings in your area, they are not storms that you want to go out and see, want to drive through, especially as they start to approach the I-20 corridor just west of Ruston in the next per se hour or two as they cross past Bienville Parish. So if you're driving, if you know that you're headed towards Shreveport, which I honestly wouldn't do right now, that's just something that you have to think about. Are you willing to drive through torrential downpours that are associated with tropical systems? And that's
a really good point, is especially as you move from Shreveport westward, conditions don't improve. In fact, they get worse. So when you're in the outer skirts of our viewing area, I say outskirts, the western third of our viewing area, we will encounter these heavier downpours. But as you move westward, the rain gets more consistent and it gets heavier. Think of our summertime thunderstorms. And Alex has something to say, but I'll get to her in just a second. Think of our summertime thunderstorms and the rainfall associated with, basically they eventually rain themselves out, right? Think of an unlimited amount of moisture that's associated with these systems. Now I know what Alex was trying to tell me, that a new tornado warning has been issued for now far northwestern Wynn Parish, far northeastern Natchitoches Parish, but also includes the vast majority of Bienville Parish. This is a new tornado warning. And Alex, if you want to pull the status message up, and I'll let you read it in just a second. It goes till 4 o'clock, and this possible tornado is now, the warning approaches the I-20 corridor here in the next hour.
It's located approximately 15 miles west of Jonesboro and is moving northward at 35 miles per hour. So the speed of it hasn't changed in the past 30 minutes to an hour. It's been pretty consistent, but that also means that it's easy to track in terms of its timing now.
Yeah, so that does at least do us some favors. And again, trying to keep both storm circulations in the picture at the same time. That Natchitoches Parish storm finally looks like it may have kind of went poof, and that would be good news for folks in western sections of Bienville Parish. There are 3 different tornado warnings, 3 of them in effect for Bienville Parish right now. And all of them covering different areas. One for south central Bienville Parish, one for central and south central Bienville Parish, and then one for southwestern Bienville Parish as these bands continue to make their way inland associated with Tropical Storm Beryl. This tornado warning again goes to the top of the hour, which will take us into First at 4, our South Arkansas newscast on NBC 10. But also on that note, for our Arkansas viewers, reminder that a tornado watch is in effect until 10 o'clock tonight for Union and Columbia counties. I believe they're the only counties in southern Arkansas in our viewing area that are currently under that tornado watch. So again, just make sure that you're staying alert. We'll bring you more information as these storms start crawling perhaps closer to your area as the storm center continues to move northward. All of this is working kind of in step. So these cells, they make their way northward, but then eventually as they start moving away from the storm center, they're not going to just continue northward. They will start to band around the storm center. Meanwhile, Beryl's center will continue to move northward, which will allow these cells and these bands to perhaps move more south to north before they start recurving to the north and west. So all of this is kind of moving in step. Reminder, the red tornado warnings are radar indicated tornadoes. It means that that the radar indicates a tornado is forming or has formed. The purple tornado warnings are radar confirmed. It means that that they're confirmed tornadoes. That means that either a spotter has confirmed them. That means that the radar indicates debris being picked up. There are multiple different ways to confirm a tornado, and those obviously are the primary ones. But again, so that's why the purple tornado warnings off to the north and west. They're all the same thing. It means you need to be sheltered and in your safe place right now. Our possible tornado that has now exited portions of Grant Parish is moving toward the Lucky community and will probably be there in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I know we said about
3:22.
3:22, so yeah, 10 minutes or so. Go ahead and get sheltered now. It's moving 35 miles per hour, and think ahead, think advance notice. If you're watching us on Facebook Live, as I mentioned earlier, there is a delay, so you may be seeing delayed information from 30 or 40 seconds ago. Act now. Also, of note, radars. We get a scan every 5 to 6 minutes from the National Weather Service radar, and I'll go ahead and switch over to our radar as well. And quite notably, the National Weather Service radar is going to have a better look at this storm simply because it's closer. But yeah, there's our possible tornado moving out of the Saline community headed toward Lucky. Not necessarily as easy to decipher on radar, but it's certainly there. And as I switch back to the Shreveport radar and we look at what's called the shear markers, I don't show this a lot because, to be honest with you, it is kind of confusing for folks that don't know what it is. But basically it's indicating either a twisting or just strong winds associated with a thunderstorm. And depending on how this looks, it can either be damaging wind signatures, it could be tornado signatures, and these are more possible tornado signatures as the storm trails off to the north. There is this little side area of possible rotation. I will also stress that within a tornado warning and within tropical systems, there can be multiple opportunities for tornadoes to form. So if you're in the warning, that's why we just tell you to just be sheltered. It's simply, and that's why there is kind of this room for error, margin for error on the west and eastern sides of a tornado-warned storm, is to kind of give way and give room for the storm to kind of wobble back and forth. So there's a look at our multiple tornado warnings. Continue to keep an eye on that Natchitoches Parish storm, although it does look a little bit weaker. Heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, occasional gusty winds. Not an ideal situation to try to travel in. I know in southern Bienville Parish, not necessarily a highly traveled area, but make sure that if you have friends or family that they are sheltered. Large flash flood warnings are now being issued across northwestern sections of Louisiana associated with Tropical Storm Beryl, and I will give us a little bit of a bird's eye view of all the tornado warnings associated with them. A lot of them have stayed focused in eastern and northeastern Texas and western Louisiana, just outside of our viewing area, but it has led to the tornado warnings that we have encountered so far today. As I mentioned earlier, we will watch also for any potential development off to the south and southeast, as that could also lead and spur on additional tornadic activity. The 3:15 tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so now it kind of cleans up the map a little bit as this storm makes its way into southern sections of Bienville Parish. Make sure, again, the Lucky community is specifically the main area that is in the path of this possible tornado. Again, the warning goes till 4 o'clock, so we've got another 45 minutes. This warning was issued relatively short time ago. Here's the Jonesboro Hodge area, so Jackson Parish, Lincoln Parish, here's Ruston, here's Simsboro, Grambling in between, Shudrant, and obviously Monroe, West Monroe off the screen to your right, kind of puts you in a reference point for those that may not be as familiar with this area. Winfield's off to the south part of your screen. Here's Highway 167, Highway 80 and I-20 running north side here, and here's Highway 371 and 71 off on the left side of your screen. So relatively rural section of Bienville Parish, but specifically the Lucky community is probably the most well-known community in this area, and I've traveled through that area. Please, please, please make sure that you're sheltered as you move toward Lucky, and then eventually northward toward Bienville and some of the surrounding areas as well. If you're in that red box, if you've received the EAS alert and your phone's gone ballistic telling you that you're under a tornado warning, get to a shelter now. Charge your cell devices in the event that you lose power or that service is interrupted, television service or what have you is interrupted, that you'll have some way of receiving some type of information. Additionally, out to the west, at Natchitoches Parish storm, I don't know if there's been any comments from the National Weather Service on it lately, but again, looks like it's really kind of fallen apart in the last 10 minutes or so, which is good news, as I mentioned, for western Bienville Parish. Stay sheltered, though, and you, again, avoid travel. A lot of these areas have already seen the first band of tornado-warned storms move through. Just try to stay at home and wait these things out. This is not an ideal day to be outdoors farther westward. Farther eastward, not a whole lot going on, but we'll obviously let you know if anything changes. Alex, anything new there?
No, but I will say on our radar, the eastern storm has really got itself together as of the last our radar scan. It looks like it has a nice hook on it, and we talked about earlier how they can kind of pulse in activity, how they can kind of fizzle out and then pulse back together, and that seems to be the habit with this particular storm.
Yeah, that's a good eye there, Alex, because yeah, you can see the very low-top nature of a supercell, a low-top tropical supercell is what we've been talking about. It's not a full-blown mature thunderstorm. We're not going to see a lot of bold purples and hail-producing signatures or anything. These are tropical-like supercells. They're within bands of a tropical system. They're supercell-like structures. They're not even full, full-fledged mature thunderstorms, and they don't even really need to get to that point before they create a tornado hazard because of the environment, because of the strong wind shear in place, and because of the positioning of where we are associated with Tropical Storm Beryl, the right front quadrant of a landfalling tropical system. If it were moving to the east, you would be looking at the front right quadrant, which would actually be the bottom right quadrant of an eastern moving storm. It's that area that has that maximized amount of wind shear in the environment. It kind of works with the friction of the land and all these things together to create a spin in the atmosphere. And again, tropical systems kind of create their own environment, if you will, as they move in. And so all of this works together with the very warm, humid environment that's also needed for tropical systems. What do you need? You need moisture to create thunderstorms and tornadoes and things of that nature. All of that works together to create the types of scenarios that we're seeing right now. Not necessarily an overly widespread scenario for our viewing area, but where we are seeing it, it is been a repeated scenario through the course of the day that we've gotten these cells that perhaps have produced tornadoes, and a lot of them perhaps short-lived, may not even be observed until after the fact, after the damage is noticed. And we've acknowledged the fact that in a lot of rural areas, tornadoes are sometimes not seen until days and weeks after, just depending on where these storms track. But for the Lucky community and some of the surrounding areas, you're right in the middle of this thing. So make sure that you are in your safe place, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This warning goes for another 40 minutes for portions of Bienville Parish. And as I mentioned, and we acknowledge this a lot, the fact that we're going to bounce back and forth between a lot of different radar modes. We won't bounce back and forth as much today because it's really only two radars that are going to give us a really good look at these storms, the National Weather Service in Shreveport's radar and our Live Storm Tracker Doppler radar. And a lot of these storms are a little bit closer to the Shreveport side, so they're seeing them a little bit lower in the atmosphere, which gives us more accurate information. So that's the most important thing, is just to bring the most accurate information that we can give you as these storms move off to the north. Here's that shear product that I was telling you about. Again, a very bold color moving through the Lucky community. You've had a lot of advance notice. We talked about this storm moving into your area before the warning was issued. And we were looking downstream to Saline and Lucky and Bienville and some of these areas. And we said that if this storm were to hold together, that you guys would probably have to deal with it. And that's exactly what's happening in the Lucky community. A reminder that the Live Storm Tracker Doppler radar gets a new scan every 60 seconds. So this is pretty much about as live as we can get in terms of the most recent data. Again, it'll get another scan, and as the radar beam scans through, you'll see everything update real time on radar. But as this storm makes its way to the north, Alex, I really wouldn't be surprised to see this cell perhaps hold together long enough to get close to the I-20 corridor. Can't rule it out, at least at this point.
No, and if it does, again, torrential downpours are also associated with tropical storms and even tropical cells like this one. So not only will you be dealing with the tornado warning itself, but as you're pushing through I-20, the winds are headed north and you're traveling west or eastward. So it'll be pushing against you as you're driving, which is not safe, especially for your larger profile vehicles. And again, that's just not something that you would want to be doing. So if you know anyone in those areas, make sure you give them a call, a text to make sure that they are staying well aware, because in the I-20 corridor area that's in the northern sections of Bienville, there's not much rainfall happening in some of these locations. It's either hit or miss with these outer bands. And something also to note with this particular storm, the eastern storm, it's not competing with any other ingredients or any other storms for ingredients like the storm off towards southwest. So that's likely or potentially why we're seeing the deterioration of it.
And that's another thing to note is that while a lot of storms will kind of, like Alex mentioned, fight for the ingredients in the environment, farther that you can get away from the storm center, perhaps there are more favorable environment conditions in terms of the warm, humid air. The dynamics and the wind shear associated with the tropical system are more favorable farther westward. So we're kind of seeing an overlap of ideal daytime heating conditions farther eastward because we haven't seen as much cloud cover, we haven't seen as much rain, and then points farther westward that have the more favorable tropical landfalling system dynamics and wind shear associated with them. And that's why we're kind of on the western fringe of a lot of this activity. And as we mentioned earlier, tropical systems that produce a lot of heavy rainfall, it's not like a summertime thunderstorm where, in fact, in a lot of instances, we have to, these storms rain themselves out. You get a daytime thunderstorm, and we'll even say it on the air, this storm is not going to move. It's got to rain itself out over that area, and it'll eventually run out of moisture and kind of start collapsing, and it's done. There's really an unlimited amount of moisture for these storms today because of the tropical feed of the environment, the circulation associated with Beryl. All of our winds are out of the south right now, so we're just pulling more Gulf moisture in and just replacing it as it gets used by these thunderstorms. So they're never really going to run out of water, and that leads to the issue of additional, perhaps isolated tornado potential well into the evening hours, at least for the western sections of the area. That all just really depends on Beryl's forward motion and where that storm's headed. Trying to get the camera to freeze there so we can get back to the National Weather Service in Shreveport's imaging, just so we can get a different vantage point, and that's our area right there. Both radars kind of picking it up pretty easily right now, just to near the Lucky community. Again, or just to the north of Lucky community now, headed close to the Bienville community. I'll turn my circle off because I keep drawing. So Bienville's here. The circulation, it's going to be close enough that you need to be sheltered. And I really don't like getting overly specific and telling people within tornado warnings that they're clear, even as in this scenario for folks in Lucky and Saline and farther southward. As this circulation moves north of your area, there's additional banding to the south that is, again, not overly impressive right now, but could pulse up rather quickly. If you're receiving an alert, you need to be sheltered. While the northeastern fringes of this storm looks like it's staying on the western side of the polygon, I never feel comfortable enough telling folks that they're not in danger when a warning's issued. If a warning's issued for your area, it's been issued for a reason. And so I just want to stress that to folks that may be seeing this storm circulation and they may be thinking, okay, that's 15 miles from here, it's 20 miles, and it's moving farther away. Again, tropical systems kind of, they do their own thing, and so just heed the warnings as they're issued. They don't last for terribly long. This goes until 4 o'clock, another half hour or so, and continue to monitor the storm as it makes its way into southwestern sections of Bienville Parish. Tornado watch still in effect till 10 p.m. That is a long-form tornado watch. It was 12 hours long. It was issued at 10 o'clock this morning until 10 o'clock tonight. Typically, most tornado watches are 6 to 8 hours long. This one's longer because of the extended potential for tornadic thunderstorms associated with landfalling tropical storm Beryl. So as we approach the 3:30 time frame, this is our main concern in our viewing area For folks traveling, we've acknowledged and we continue to echo the fact that conditions get worse the farther you go west. So as you get west of Arcadia and Mendon and some of these areas and you go toward Houghton, there was a radar confirmed tornado near Houghton earlier. That's crossed I-20. It's moving into northern sections of Bossier Parish. And then there's another radar confirmed tornado just north of I-20 in northeastern sections of Texas. So don't go west if you're traveling, and for lack of a better term, it's just not an ideal scenario. If you're trying to travel to Dallas, or if you really had travel concerns trying to get to Houston or some of those areas in deep East Texas. This is a no-go today, as they're dealing with a tropical storm, and we're dealing with the tornadic aspects of it. All of these green boxes are flash flood warnings, so most of northwestern Louisiana and a good chunk of northeastern Texas seeing flash flooding. Some areas have seen 4, 6+ inches of rainfall associated with Beryl. For our area, it is a much more isolated or widely scattered concern, if you will. The tornadic potential and the heavy rainfall really focused, at least currently, on the western counties and parishes in our viewing area. And we've been on the air for off and on for about the past 90 minutes or so. First tornado warning was issued for Wynn and Grant parishes at, I believe, 2:06 this afternoon. And then we've had additional warnings issued thereafter associated with these the bands of tropical moisture that continue to make their way northward associated with Beryl. We'll go back to the reflectivity. This is what we would normally look at on a normal daily basis, your normal radar screen, the reds, the greens, the oranges that everybody's kind of familiar with. And you can still see the storm circulation near Lufkin or Nacogdoches, Texas, making its way northward. As I mentioned, as Beryl circulation perhaps gets weaker and gets absorbed into the upper level pattern and starts to undergo the extratropical transition, a more northeasterly turn should be expected either late tonight or tomorrow. What that means for an extended tornado threat in our area, we really just don't know yet. It truly depends on how well this storm's structure stays intact, and so far, obviously, it has stayed relatively organized and intact, especially in the northern and the eastern side, which is usually the sides of the system that are going to hold on the longest. But we really just don't know what we will be dealing with later this afternoon as we move into southern Arkansas, but a reminder that a tornado watch is in effect for those areas. Also still monitoring any development with the cells off to the south and east, but as Alex mentioned earlier, the environment becomes a little less favorable, so it's not necessarily going to be the parade of tornado warnings that we've seen to the west, but there will be the potential for cells to move repeatedly over the same areas. We've already seen that in Bienville Parish, Wynn, Grant parishes this afternoon as these tornado warnings have been issued.
And as you get towards the center of the storm, there's different bands of a tropical system. What we're seeing now is the outermost bands of the storm, and that's where you get your more isolated supercellular type storms. As you get closer towards the center of the storm, that's when you start to see more of a line of storms like you see along the Texas and Louisiana border, and that's when your quick spin up and your embedded tornadoes are more likely to form versus your isolated tornadoes in your outer bands. And that's what we will continue to monitor as the evening progresses. And as the sun starts to set, again, we're in the peak daytime heating hours of the day, so we have a long way to go in terms of tracking Beryl and everything that it produces. But in terms of things getting worse before they get better, that's kind of what we're dealing with in terms of overall activity with a system as large as a tropical system. And not only are we tracking, again, the not so isolated tornado threat, we're tracking torrential downpours, we're tracking damaging wind gusts associated with a tropical storm. So if you do have to travel westward, I just wouldn't. And for those of us who are asking, I've been checking on the Facebook chat, what about West Monroe, what about Monroe, anywhere Monroe eastward? This, quite frankly, doesn't really pertain to those areas as of right now because the storm hasn't moved any eastward as of this hour. So it's very much all or nothing. You either see a tropical system and the tornado warnings that it produces, like we have been tracking for the past 90 minutes or so, or you see heat and sunshine and everything that summer produces. And that's likely going to be the case as the afternoon really starts to flex its muscles. In terms of the Bienville storm, it did get trimmed back, but we're still tracking it until 4 p.m. This is for Bienville Parish again. And as it heads northward, really, as of the latest scans, it's heading more north-northwestern, and it'll start to bend around the entirety of the tropical storm. And if we were to look further south, those storms, the smaller ones, they're starting to go more northeastward. Will that impact the eastern parishes of our area? No, it's because it's bending around the low pressure system of the area. And that is just the nature of the storm. So we're tracking the, again, counterclockwise rotation of the system and the storms that move around that counterclockwise rotation.
So needless to say, we've got a lot of moving pieces, and so as you continue to look at some of these tornado warnings as they pop on the screen, pop off the screen, I gave you a kind of an estimated time of arrival for some of the smaller communities that are in the northernmost fringes of this tornado warning. Again, this is moving through a relatively, now that it's past the Lucky community, is going to move through a relatively rural part of Bienville Parish until it starts moving toward Gibbsland and Mount Lebanon and Pleasant Hill, Louisiana, and a lot of these surrounding the Taylor community. And those are areas that are closer to I-20 as we approach the 4 o'clock hour. And again, we're at 3:32 in the afternoon. Repeating what we've already said, but just trying to drive the point home again. If you're watching us on social media, if you're just be aware of the fact that social media information is always on a delay. So think ahead, think in advance, think downstream of these storms. If you are in this area in the northern sections of the warning, you want to start sheltering now. Social media information is always on a delay. A lot of radar information is on at least some sort of delay. Our radar information is not, except for the fact that it takes 60 seconds for the radar beam to move around. And so, yeah, in a sense, any kind of radar information is taking a picture of what we're seeing in the atmosphere. And there's our little hook, little supercell structure that we've been talking about. And Alex will continue to kind of keep an eye on the social media feed. When we see questions that we think really need to be answered or bring up a good point that we can talk about and kind of either quell fears or bring information, we'll obviously do that. We try not to get into a lot of the specific, what about this town, what about this town, what about that, what about this town. But as Alex mentioned, there's a lot of folks wondering, what about eastward? Will this circulation, will this activity eventually expand out and include more of the area? And if you looked at the severe weather outlooks and things of that nature for the day, it's really focused in the western half of the viewing area. We go from marginal to slight to enhanced rather rapidly in a concentrated area, and the enhanced risk is really focused in the western counties and parishes and into the Ark-La-Miss region. So we're kind of on the outer fringes. Yes, there is a slight risk farther eastward. That includes much of the tornado watch area that we are under currently. And then also farther eastward, there's a marginal risk, and that includes Monroe and Columbia and a lot of these areas. So it's not out of the realm of possibilities with daytime heating, as Alex mentioned, which we're also kind of hitting the peak of. In the next hour to hour and a half, sun's going to start setting. We're going to start losing the daytime heating, and I would expect storm coverage to start shrinking down a little bit. Think about last night. We had a lot of pretty active thunderstorms on one of the outermost feeder bands associated with Beryl as it moved inland. We had numerous thunderstorms yesterday. Alex acknowledged it earlier. A 53-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Monroe Airport, and some very, very heavy downpours. But as we lost daytime heating, they didn't just all completely disappear off the radar screen, but they started to just shrink down in intensity, and then eventually we got to the point where we just had some residual showers and a few rumbles of thunder. We would hope that that would be the case for later this evening, but it's a moving scenario, and it is tough to really pinpoint what we should expect tornado-wise as this circulation continues inland over the next, I would say, 6 hours or so. The tornado watch itself goes until 10 o'clock tonight. So going back to the storm circulation, just again, taking as many vantage points as we can. And you can see Gibbsland and Arcadia right along Highway I-20 and Highway 80. Simsboro and Ruston and Shudrint and Grambling all back here behind me. You folks are not under a tornado warning, but you are under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. Main focus is on this storm as it now moves right through the center parts of Bienville Parish, and just kind of give you the better vantage point of what we're looking at. There's also still an active tornado warning in southwestern Bienville Parish, although that storm really hasn't looked overly impressive for about the past 10 to 20 minutes or so. I believe that warning goes until 3:45. Yeah, so it's got another 9 minutes or so, and I would venture to say that we may not need another tornado warning for this storm unless something happens and it re-intensifies, something that we've seen already with this Bienville Parish storm numerous times. Let's go super zoomed to the west of the Bienville community. You folks are under the tornado warning. You should have been sheltered a long time ago. Here's the Sparta community. Piney Woods Road, we've read that road off a lot during severe weather events that move through portions of Bienville Parish. Old Sparta Road, the Bear Creek community is off on the far right-hand side of your screen, basically right behind my head there. And then Shiloh Road, I'm just kind of reading what I can see. And here's Kepler Road that moves that goes right into the Sparta community. If you're in the Sparta community or points farther eastward, definitely want to be sheltered, especially, again, that storms are constantly moving. So this is an old radar image in some form, and that storm's continuing to move off to the north. Alex, go ahead.
It is moving now at 40 miles per hour, not 35, so it's moving a little bit quicker, so you have less time to get into your safe place.
There you go. So, and that drives the point home perfectly. We went from here to here with our possible tornado. It is now past the Sparta community. So that's what we talk about when we talk about radars are only taking pictures of the environment, and every picture is a picture from the past, right? So, so we've got to think ahead of time. And so many instances we talk about what's happening right on the radar screen right now, but for all intents and purposes, whatever's happened on the radar screen's already happened. You really need to start looking northward. There's the Bryceland community and the Pleasant Hill community. This is radar confirmed now in Bienville Parish. So again, the difference between a red tornado warning and a purple tornado warning: red means that it is radar indicated, means it may be forming or maybe it has formed, but we don't know for sure. Confirmed means that either the radar has confirmed it by lofted debris in the atmosphere, or it has visually been seen by law enforcement, by a trained spotter, by a National Weather Service employee, by a storm chaser, or what have you. But this is a confirmed tornado warning now moving through Bienville Parish.
It was radar confirmed, and it's 19 miles southeast of Minden.
19 miles southeast of Minden, so yeah, that's pretty much right there, which makes sense with what we were talking about. And you said it's moving at 40 miles an hour now?
The latest update with it being confirmed now is back at 35, but
okay.
There is two updates back to back, 35 and 40. So I believe it's maneuvering between those two speeds.
Okay. And really the only higher populated center that we have is the Gibbsland community, which would be on the which is just outside of the warning, but you folks need to start thinking about getting sheltered, and that would be at 3:56. So again, a reminder that this is in a relatively rural section of Bienville Parish, but that does not take away from the seriousness of the situation, and everybody's got to live somewhere. And while this may not be like I said, a very highly populated center, there's roadways, folks traveling, and everybody's got to live somewhere, and we want to treat all those warnings the same way. I'm going to step off the screen for just a second so we can switch over to maybe the correlation coefficient briefly. Correlation coefficient is it's a radar product. It's just another way of looking at the radar screen, and the reds and the purples mean that whatever the radar is receiving, it's receiving pretty regular and really consistent returns. Everything that's being reflected back to the radar screen is pretty consistent in its size and its shape. But when you start seeing these blues and greens, the colder colors, that's areas where whatever's being reflected back to the radar, it is in a much more irregular fashion. And so when you start overlaying that with a possible hook echo and things of that nature, you can usually deduce that what's being reflected back toward the radar can be debris of some sort, whether it's tree debris, whether it's vegetation, whether it's structural debris or structural damage, whatever it may be, something is being picked up by the radar which is inconsistent in its overall scope, if you will. So that's why we have now a radar confirmed tornado, and I'll go ahead and clear everything off the screen as this storm makes its way to the north and really staying on the western edge of this tornado warning. But if you are under the tornado warning, please proceed with caution. The interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we've talked about how, there's a very bright signature on our radar screen as well. We've talked about how different tropical landfalling systems versus normal severe weather events are. But one thing that stays the same is how you shelter from them. Just get inside, avoid travel if you can, and reminder that a lot of these storms are producing some very heavy rainfall. So while the storm and the tornado itself may not be rain wrapped, it may be way too late for you to take cover by the time you visually see a tornado. So please keep those things in mind, and we don't want your viewer pictures. Pictures after the fact, fine, great, but we don't want tornado pictures. We don't want cloud pictures of what we want you sheltered. We want you in your safe place, away from windows and doors, and lowest level of your home. If you have a basement, which those aren't very common in the Ark-La-Miss, but if you do have one, go there. If you have a storm shelter, that's obviously most ideal, and charge your cellular devices and what have you as this confirmed tornado, radar confirmed tornado, makes its way into the northwestern sections of this warning polygon, which is in western and southwestern sections of Bienville Parish. Here's the Bienville line, so Claiborne Parish here, Webster Parish here, and again, Bienville Parish kind of winds back over here. And also of note, the storm off to the west looks like it may be kind of re-intensifying a little bit, although it may not necessarily be showing any kind of signs of rotation. New radar sweep from the Live Storm Tracker Doppler radar, and there's that little curly Q comma tail end that we talk about all the time during spring severe weather season. And to be honest, we see more supercell structures with tropical landfalling systems than we usually purely see during severe weather season. Yeah, we get supercells, but they're usually a little bit muddied in the atmosphere with squall lines and a lot of different things in the environment. And supercells are typically pretty tough to really get in their full what we normally textbook call a supercell. Those are more inclined farther to the north and west, but some of our most impressive and most organized supercell structures, not necessarily thunderstorms, are from these tropical landfalling systems. This tornado warning goes till the top of the hour, but I would venture to say we're going to need another one, especially since it's radar confirmed. And as I zoom out now, and we'll go to the National Weather Service and Shreveport's radar, just driving the point home again that nobody should be traveling westbound. Look at all of the tornado warnings associated. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that I can count as they unfold across the region. Still not seeing a lot of development back out to the south. That's good news. We do not want storm expansion out to the east, or we don't need any additional bands associated with this system developing in our area. We could benefit from the rainfall, sure, but anything that develops today, especially in the next 3 to 4 hours while we have this window of warm, humid, unstable air, has the potential of producing a tornado. So rain, while welcome, is not necessarily welcome at this point. As we zoom back to the Bienville Parish storm, still has that structure as it approaches towards Gibbsland. You folks are probably starting to see the rain right about now.
As far as the Bienville Parish tornado warning is concerned, we are now seeing also that it is moving more towards the north-northwest instead of directly northward, and that is due to the shape of the entire system as a whole. If we were to zoom out and look at the entire system towards the south, they look like they're appearing to go further north, more northeast. But the further and the closer you are to the Shreveport area or I-20, that's when you start seeing the curve towards the north-northwest. So if you reside in the western half of whatever parish you are in, especially if you're in Bienville or in closer to Shreveport, for traveling westward, that is where you need to be taking caution. And especially if you have friends or family near Sibley or Minden and Gibbsland, that's where you need to be cautious as well. In terms of what we're looking for regarding the entire scope of severe weather potential, this particular tornado warning, yes, it is radar confirmed, but It is one of the only tornado warnings that we've had to cover consistently throughout the entire afternoon, and that is the nature of tropical systems. Typically, they're quickly spun up and then they quickly dissipate. Normally, they are not long-lived, like this particular storm is apparent to be. In the environment. Now, with the daytime heating that we're also seeing, the secondary band that is approaching the Louisiana-Texas border is also starting to see an increase of activity. There we did just get a new tornado warning for Bienville Parish and Claiborne Parish as well. So we're going to keep our eyes on that, as that radar confirmed tornado is still considered going north, but I believe it's hugging the western edge of that tornado warning, so it may overlap into a different one. But that tornado warning goes until 4:30.
So you've got now, in the last 30 seconds, 2 new tornado warnings. One for far western Bienville Parish that also includes northern Natchitoches, southern Webster, and eastern Bossier parishes. That's, again, the vast majority of that warning is outside of our viewing area, but just to kind of draw it for just a second, this is the Bienville Parish line. So yeah, that's still clips the western sections of Bienville Parish. And then, as Alex just mentioned, a new tornado warning has just been issued. That's going to carry us until 4:30 for Claiborne Parish. So for folks that were expecting to see First at 4 on NBC 10 here shortly, I would venture to say you are going to be joining us for Tropical Storm Beryl coverage. So, Alex, I'll let you kind of go through these new warnings and some of the new information. Dalvin, if you would like to switch over to links 2 for just a second, so Alex can talk about these things for just a brief second, and we continue to monitor 2 different tornado warned storms in the Ark-La-Miss.
So right now we have the one in Claiborne Parish, which is the very rectangular box that is just north of the purple flashing box. And again, that is for Claiborne Parish as well as Bienville Parish. And as of the latest update, the storm has been confirmed to be moving more in a northwesterly track at 35 miles per hour than further north. So if we take a step back to look at the further picture, and again, I know we've been getting questions about what about West Monroe, what about Monroe? There is no active anything in your area. But again, as we look at this confirmed area, notice the trajectory of these storms. As far south, they were going more of a northern direction, but as they approach the I-20 corridor, they're starting to get wrapped in the tropical system. So they'll start traveling in a more northwesterly direction. And this tornado warning for Claiborne Parish as well as Bienville Parish will go until 4:30 p.m. And we're taking a look at 3 individual tornado warnings, but 2 are overlapping due to this radar confirmed tornado warning. It is now moving out of that warning box and into this new one until 4:30. And as far as the one near Ringgold, that's for western Bienville Parish. That also is going to go until 4:30 p.m. And the key notes here to note again is this is a tropical system. It's not normal per se for tropical tornado activity to be this persistent, to last this long, but that's what we're seeing. Also, which is new, which is not directly in our area, but is important to note, is flash flood warnings have been increasing their movement eastward. They've been being issued across the area. A fairly large one has just been issued for the entire Shreveport area, really the entire northwestern portion of the corner of Louisiana. And so as we continue to track these bands, and I'll scoop back to show you the bands that we're tracking, we can continue to see the heavy downpours associated with these severe thunderstormed and tornado-warned storms across the region. But the particular ones that we're going to keep our eyes on, again, is the one entering into Claiborne Parish that will expire or be extended. And as of this time, the warning goes until 4:30 p.m. And we can look at the velocity just to get an idea of where the area of potential rotation is. And remember, this one was radar confirmed. It was not spotter confirmed, but it was radar confirmed. And what we look for is areas that the greens and the reds mix. That means you have two different areas or two different wind directions being captured by the radar. In particular, we're using the Shreveport radar, and we can see it here just towards the edge of that radar confirmed box, which is purple, and the tornado warning box, which is not confirmed, which is the red box. So it's just south of Gippsland, and it's also just south of the I-20 corridor. So if you know anyone that's traveling from, per se, Ruston or Arcadia or Simsboro and are headed towards the Houghton area, or expect to go to Shreveport, or expect to go to Shreveport to Ruston or back to Arcadia, make sure that they are aware of what they may potentially be driving through. This is not something you want to drive through, even if it's not per se due to the tornado warning. The damaging wind gusts are there, the torrential downpours are there, and as you can see just off towards the west, that is a flash flood warning. So there's a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and again, tornado potential that we're tracking here. And it's not something you want to be stuck on the interstate while driving through. And
So, go ahead, Alex.
And again, this particular warning for Bienville Parish goes until 4:30 p.m., but it should be exiting northward of that parish fairly shortly.
And so to reset everything, and Dalvin, we can go back to Links 1 and kind of take a closer look at what's going on. There are so many tornado warnings out. The vast majority of them are not in our viewing area, but to reset, we have a tornado warning out until 4:30. That includes the far western and northwestern reaches of Bienville Parish. It also includes southwestern reaches of Claiborne Parish. This is on the far western sections of the Ark-La-Miss, but also start thinking downstream. I know that we are approaching the 4 o'clock hour, and we'll get a few more South Arkansas viewers that are expecting first at 4, which I can probably say with some pretty high confidence is not going to be seen today. But this storm right here, if it continues off to the north, as Alex mentioned, it will eventually start taking more of a northwestward turn. But for folks in Columbia County and even far southwestern sections of Union County, you got to keep an eye on these storms for possible tornadic development later. I know there's probably some light rain ongoing across southern Arkansas right now, maybe even a rumble of thunder or two, but cannot stress enough for you folks to keep an eye on these thunderstorms and start thinking in advance notice. As Beryl moves inland, and as Alex just mentioned, this stronger band that really has stayed in East Texas and along the Toledo Bend area through much of the day is now crawling into western Louisiana, and it also will be capable of producing perhaps a more concentrated area of tornadic activity. How far that can move into our area, or even if it can move into our area at its current intensity, is still yet to really be determined because, again, as we lose daytime heating, the storm's going to look a lot. And also, the storm circulation as a tropical storm is weakening consistently. So there's so many moving pieces going on right now between the moving thunderstorms within the bands, which are moving in a different direction, associated with the tropical storm, which is also moving. There's a lot of different moving parts. And so, again, it's just easier to just, if you receive the alerts on your phone, those EAS alerts, they make your phone go ballistic. If you get one, go find shelter, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you receive that alert and you're on the road, I know the official last resort is always a ditch or a culvert. That's usually really only if you see a tornado and you have nowhere to go. If you're on the road and you're headed toward Minden, maybe you're passing out of Grambling or Ruston or headed in this general area toward Arcadia, just pull over, find a convenience store, a supermarket, whatever, and just wait for this storm to pass. As long as you're not north of this storm, as long as you're east of it, you're going to stay east of it. So just continue to monitor the path of this storm. If you're in the warning, make sure that you're sheltered. As Alex also mentioned, we've gone from the purple tornado warning, which means that it was radar confirmed, back to a red tornado warning, which means that a tornado may be forming, but we can't confirm that one is on the ground. But you want to treat those all the same way anyway. This is just, again, the difference of how much evidence we have on a possible tornado in these areas. Switching back to the velocities mode, and our possible tornado is now exiting that first warning. is approaching the I-20 corridor. As I've said a lot, think in advance notice. Think that this has already happened. This is taking a picture of things that have already happened in the atmosphere, so that circulation has again moved farther northward. This additional storm circulation that triggered a new tornado warning for southwestern Bienville Parish will be moving into western Bienville Parish shortly, right along Highway 371 or just west of Highway 371. Make sure that you're sheltered. Get off the roads if you can. Back to the south, we continue to monitor a few little isolated thunderstorms. I know they don't look like much, and I've said that a lot today, but most of this doesn't look like much, to be honest with you, in terms of its overall scope and what we often see during tornadic thunderstorms. They're usually these big, vicious cells with the dark reds and the dark purples and lightning all over the place, which I don't have the lightning turned on, but you know, there's usually just so much of an indicator. And like I said, for a lot of folks in the Ark-La-Miss, we've seen severe weather before, so we know what it looks like, and this is a completely different animal in terms of the storm motion, what it looks like on radar, how they move, how they act. Again, it's just a completely different animal. So just err on the side of caution and be sheltered. The lightning associated with this storm makes it pretty tough to see, so that's why I usually don't run lightning as an indicator on these storms, but lightning usually indicates a storm that is strengthening or at least maintaining its strength. So again, the storm really doesn't appear to be going anywhere as it moves off to the north and as we approach the 4 o'clock hour. A tornado watch still in effect for the northwestern sections, or excuse me, the western sections of the Ark-La-Miss until 10 p.m. tonight. It is a long-form tornado watch, meaning it was issued at 10 o'clock this morning until 10 o'clock tonight. Usually our tornado watches are 6-8 hours long, but because of the tropical nature of this scenario, it will be longer form and in longer duration and coverage. Let's go back to the live storm tracker Doppler radar, and you can kind of see a different vantage point of the same thunderstorms that we've been talking about for about the past, quite frankly, 2 hours or so, and still watching that supercell structure, that little hook right here. And I know the warnings are getting a little bit tough to make everything clear and easy to see, but now you're starting to see some darker purples, which probably isn't hail. We don't usually see hail with tropically driven supercells and things of that nature. The air is just, you know, too warm in all layers of the atmosphere. For hail formation, if you do see it, it would likely be very, very short-lived. But this is really probably indicating just extremely heavy rainfall. So if you take this as our possible tornado, this is our heavy rainfall, and this storm's moving to the north, there are areas that are getting pounded with heavy rain, and then eventually that possible tornado circulation is going to move over your head. That's why we say oftentimes if you're getting hit with rainfall, and you hear a lot of folks say, well, it went really quiet all of a sudden. It's not always the case, but yeah, if you get caught close enough to the storm circulation, yeah, the rain may lighten up quite a bit, and then you've got that possible tornado headed your way. Be sheltered. Don't try to take pictures. Don't try to spot it. There are trained spotters for this reason. There are National Weather Service employees. There's radar for this reason. We want you in your safe place. Plain and simple. As this moves into Claiborne Parish, probably in the next 10 minutes or so, and that last radar sweep was not a good one, but it still gives you the general idea of that storm as it approaches the I-20 corridor. But for folks in Claiborne Parish along Highway 79, think in advance notice. Start thinking out ahead of this storm as it makes its way your direction. Never want to play games with a tornadic system or a tornadic thunderstorm. There's our, again, reds and greens combined. Not necessarily the best picture in the world, but gives us that vantage point going down I-20 and approaching Highway 80. So please get off the roadways in that area. There's the National Weather Service radar, still the same picture of a very, very organized, rather low-top supercell in our atmosphere that continues to make its way toward the I-20 corridor in far western Bienville Parish. So we approach the 4 o'clock hour. That earlier tornado warning has fallen off the map, as to be expected. Here's our reds and greens combined together. I'll zoom in just a little bit so you can get a better vantage point. And there's kind of a dead zone where there's not a whole lot happening, but that's where our reds would probably be getting picked up. And again, those brighter greens also showing signs of maybe some gusty winds, maybe 40, 50 miles an hour, along with some heavy downpours. A lot of different things happening in these areas. Farther eastward, nothing's happening. And I also want to acknowledge that for folks that are probably thinking they're spending an awful lot of time talking about the western counties and parishes, and they're not talking about anything happening eastward. It's because nothing's happening eastward. And so we're just kind of focused on the 1 or 2 thunderstorms in our area that are still capable of producing tornadoes. Alex, go ahead.
I know it doesn't have an active tornado warning on it, but just to bring attention to the storm in Wynn Parish near Winfield, a lot of our storms in the outer bands have started and they began looking like this. They started looking like nothing, but it has started to take that elonged shape per se. The area of rotation that would be, if it were, it would be at the bottom, but it just has, it doesn't have a lot of lightning on it as of yet, but it has increased in its reflectivity over the past couple radar scans. So,
and again, it's one of those things too where you look at this, and I know a lot of folks would typically look at a normal radar screen like this and go, why are you even paying any kind of attention to it? That little appendage right there is enough for us to have to watch it, and it doesn't look like much, but the reds and greens are trying to combine together a little bit. And these low-topped structures, storm structures, are what produce the tornadoes in a tropical landfalling system. So as Alex mentioned, there is no active warning with it. And I wouldn't necessarily say that one is imminent, but for folks in Winfield, just keep an eye on that storm as it approaches and passes perhaps just to the west of you over the next little bit. We've approached the 4 o'clock hour. You're watching Tropical Storm Barrel coverage on NBC 10 and Fox 14. Chief Meteorologist Jared Floyd alongside meteorologist Alex Noel. Obviously for folks that were expecting to see first at 4, not a lot of South Arkansas intense weather information right now, but I do want to stress to folks, especially in Union and Columbia counties, that you are under a tornado warning, tornado watch until 10 p.m. There is a tornado warning also active in southwestern Arkansas, includes Lafayette and I believe that's Miller County in southwestern Arkansas. It also includes far northern reaches of Caddo and Bossier parishes, and it also stretches into northeastern Texas. And while that is outside of our viewing area, for people that are traveling north from Shreveport to Texarkana and some of those surrounding areas, that is a violent storm and is a radar confirmed tornado as it moves into those areas. Back to our immediate area and the tornado warning out for Claiborne and Bienville parishes. This storm now approaching and passing I-20 and Highway 80. Those two, the highway and the interstate, kind of intertwined together, running west to east across northern Louisiana. There's our possible tornado, basically right along the interstate corridor, trailing northwest, northward. Highway 79 moving into Homer and some of the surrounding areas could be impacted. Homer, you are under this tornado warning. So as I stretch out, and yeah, you're on the far northeastern edge of it, and this storm's been kind of hugging the left side of the polygon, but you folks need to be sheltered. Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're on the roadway along I-20, you definitely want to pull over, find a convenience store. I would stop in Arcadia. You don't want, for folks that are going, oh, I'll just go to Mendon and stop there. Not a good idea, because you're going to have to drive right through that storm as it moves into that region. And then again, conditions deteriorate from there. So if you're Arcadia eastward and you're driving westbound, or you have somebody that's driving westbound, tell them to stop and wait for the storm to clear. Conditions will improve a little bit, at least in the short term, once the storm clears the interstate, but there's also additional cells off to the west. And just a zoomed out look of Tropical Storm Beryl. We're hitting the 4 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. I'm assuming it's still Tropical Storm Beryl. The core is still quite well intact, and usually a system like this will hold on to tropical storm characteristics and the tropical storm intensity for a relatively strong period of time. Maximum sustained winds 45 miles per hour, so it is weakening in terms of its tropical strength, but that really doesn't have anything to do with the tornadic aspects. Yes, you know, as we lose daytime heating, we'll expect the tornado threat to shrink down a little bit closer to the storm center, confined in those inner bands. But the storm's sustained winds weakening really don't have a lot of bearing. It already has kind of created the environment favorable for tornadoes, and so we're kind of stuck with what we've got right now as these storms continue to trail off to the north. 4:05 in the afternoon, we still have 6 hours left of this tornado watch. So again, it's kind of a marathon, not a sprint today, as these storms continue to trail off to the north. Minden also under a tornado warning. You folks are not necessarily technically in our viewing area, but just want you to be sheltered nonetheless.
And this is also something to note as well, that not only are we tracking the tornado threats, but the flash flood warnings are starting to become more and more widespread across the area as the outer bands of the storm are starting to approach the region. With the latest update on the storm of Beryl, it's looking like it's going to continue to track almost directly northeastward. Right now it's moving at 16 miles per hour. So given its current track and its location, some of these areas that have already received rainfall, like Minden and Bienville Parish, will receive more. So if you know that you reside in a low-lying area, or later tonight if you are at work now or in the next hour or two that you're traveling to go home, if you're watching this on Facebook, keep in mind the streets that you'll have to travel on or around the I-20 corridor region. And plan in advance. The entirety of what severe weather is being prepared. That way you don't have to be worried about what's happening in the future, because you will already be prepared for it per se. And with the latest scan with the Claiborne Bienville Parish tornado warning, it's almost outside of the current polygon. It's still moving. It's moving more northwest rather than north at this time. It's still moving at about 35 miles per hour, which is about the same speed it has been moving for the past almost hour, half hour or so. So areas near Homer and Minden, you have had plenty of time to get into your safe place. And if we take a step back to look at the rest of the Ark-La-Miss, again, these are the only locations really that we are tracking the tornado warnings. It's pretty confined closer to what Beryl is, the center of the storm, and that's due to the outer bands really coming into the area. But what's left to track of the storm per se is the centermost area, which is in the Toledo Bend region, closer to the Louisiana-Texas border, and then the last arm of that storm closer to the southwestern portions of Louisiana. And like Jared had mentioned earlier, it is not a guarantee that we're going to feel the effects of this as the evening continues. We start to lose daytime heating, we start to lose some of the active ingredients that severe weather really thrives on, especially during the summer months of a time of year that we really don't have a lot of the ingredients like we do during the springtime. But as we continue to monitor this, we still have, again, heat in areas that haven't received rain or rain-cooled air. I still have an ample environment. Something to note, again, regardless of what we may be seeing off towards the east, Winfield, the storm doesn't have a warning on it, but it does have an increase in your reflectivity. So if you're in Winfield, I wouldn't be driving through it, especially if you're going along 84 or even through northward through 167 up towards Jonesboro. Again, I would just wait a little while if you have to do any traveling this evening. Regarding the Minden storm, again, it looks to be hugging that western edge of the storm, which is to be expected because of the overall structure of Beryl. As the storms start to move further north, they will in general take a northwesterly track, as in general the storm rotates counterclockwise. So even though the smaller scale systems have the ability to move more north, northeast, or northwest, in general the entire storm rotates northwest and around that counterclockwise rotation. Also
of note, as to lead to more, I guess, an additional development as we go through the night, we talked about tornado watches. The tornado watch that you see from El Dorado, basically from the Ouachita River southward, so Union County, Columbia County, southward into western Louisiana, that tornado watch goes until 10 p.m. tonight. A new tornado watch has been issued, and that includes Ouachita, Bradley, Calhoun, and Drew counties in southern Arkansas until midnight. And that tornado watch includes most of the state of Arkansas as Beryl moves inland and then starts to make a little bit more of a northeasterly turn as the storm begins to weaken. So I'm going to take the watch back off the screen. I just wanted to show that to folks. That's a I don't know when that watch was issued, to be honest with you, but it was issued relatively recently, and again, that goes until midnight tonight for our South Arkansas viewers. So again, for those that were hoping and expecting to see first at 4, that's just some South Arkansas weather updates. Again, not a whole lot happening in your area yet, but activity could increase as the night progresses.
It was issued just 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so that was a very, very new tornado watch. Here's a look at the National Weather Service and Shreveport's radar, and again, just kind of circling out the points of concern. I don't like using the term points of interest, but that area right there is our possible tornado. It's actually probably a little bit farther west than what we're seeing indicated here. A little bit weaker circulation than it was, but still a tornado warning that needs to you need to be in your safe place. Make sure you heed that warning and you get to your shelter. Checking that wind parish storm, and still not a whole lot happening with it, but we just want to keep tabs on a little bit of everything today. It won't take much to get storms spinning, and so just want to kind of drive that point home. The tornado warning for western Bienville Parish, I'm talking about the storm that's to the south of Minden, southwest of Minden toward Houghton. That's now moved firmly outside of our viewing area, so a little bit of good news for the folks in Bienville Parish.
Something also, I guess, to bring up would be the storm fatigue. We've been talking about Beryl and general hurricane tropical storm system of Beryl for a week now, and a lot of people have been anticipating seeing the effects of it. But for the good news, rather, I should say, not everyone in the Ark-La-Miss will see effects of Beryl in general. Some of us will see rain, some of us will see, again, the tornado warnings that are active right now, but for the most part, as of this evening, and as we continue to track it, it's pretty confined to its track, and the bands that we're seeing are the outskirts of what the storm has to offer. And as the evening continues, as we start to get closer to midnight, which is when the newest tornado watch ends, it's likely that most of the storm activity will be confined towards the centermost sections of the storm itself as we continue to track it this evening.
Yeah, so the other thing to keep in mind as the warnings continue to pop up is that this is a rapidly developing situation. Warnings have increased in coverage and in their overall quantity, how many there are really over the last several hours. And as Alex mentioned, we're approaching the peak of daytime heating, and we say that a lot, but you know, the sun rises, the sun sets, and when the sun rises, it gets hot, and it's summertime months, and so it's still quite warm and humid despite the fact that we have a lot of overcast skies and a lot of cloud cover associated with Beryl. But I want to stress to folks that it's still warm outside, and it's still plenty warm and plenty humid to feed the moisture into these thunderstorms. And on that note, we talk about all the time how much moisture is needed for strong to severe thunderstorms, or in this instance, tropical tornado-producing thunderstorms. And there's basically an unlimited amount of humidity. The dew points continue to spike. The southerly circulation continues to feed Gulf moisture inland. And so these really won't ever run out of moisture. They won't rain themselves out. They may run into a less favorable environment in terms of shear or instability or what have you, and that may alter the cycle of the storm, but moisture won't be a problem. For folks that are just taking a look at the broader scope of what's happening right now, and as the tornado warnings just continue to increase in their overall scope, you're starting to see the storm center pull now north of Lufkin and moving deeper into East Texas. The overall heading, I believe, was still off to the north with the 4 o'clock update, but I would expect eventually to see a northerly and eventually a northeasterly turn, and that's what's forecast with Beryl as the storm continues to weaken. So let's get back to the specific tornado warnings at hand. The one tornado warning that's trying to crawl into portions of Claiborne Parish, but is on the far outer reaches of the parish, and that is kind of the dividing line between our viewing area and the Shreveport viewing area. But you can see that there's still kind of this, I keep calling it a dead zone of kind of weaker winds associated with that area where possible rotation would be indicated. Right along Highway 79 southwest of Homer. Folks in Homer, you're still under this tornado warning that goes for another 15 minutes or so over these areas. We will continue to watch all of these. We may need additional warnings in our area, but I will say, as we approach the 4:30 time frame, we may be hitting a window of opportunity, maybe, where we can kind of wrap up programming, our severe weather programming for a short term, and go into our normal, regularly scheduled programming, and kind of shut down the social media feeds and things of that nature. But as long as a warning remains in place in our area, we're going to go ahead and stay on the air, simply because of the fast. We stay on air for tornado warnings anyway, no matter where they are, as long as they're in our viewing area. But also, because of the fast developing nature of these storms, we really can't take the chance of going back to programming and a storm hitting a community, and we weren't on air for it. So we obviously will continue to track all of both of these storms. And also a reminder for far southwestern Arkansas, Lafayette, Miller counties, you folks are under a tornado warning as well, and that is a radar confirmed tornado as of about 10-15 minutes ago.
The Claiborne Parish storm, the area of rotation that we've been tracking for that for quite a while, again, that warning goes until 4:30 p.m., but right now that area of rotation is crossing the 79 roadway. So if you know anyone that's traveling or lives along that area, it's northwest of Minden, but southwest, or northeast of Minden, excuse me, but southwest of Homer right now. And it looks like it's crossing, again, 79. And as of the latest scan, it does seem to be taking, again, a more northwesterly track as the entire storm looks to travel along the system that's moving that northwesterly track versus the further north track that we've been seeing consistently with other storms. So it's really hugging the western side of the polygon in comparison to what it has been when it was further south of the I-20 corridor. So again, if you have to travel along 79 or know anyone that is traveling along 79 going southwest towards Minden, give them a call, make sure that they're safe, or at least make sure that they're pulled over off the side of the road and not driving actively through that storm. Because not only is it having an area of rotation potentially that we're seeing on radar, but torrential downpours are associated with tropical systems. That's just the moisture that is involved with the tropical systems that we see frequently. We saw it last night. We have seen it throughout the day today. That's where the flash flood warnings have come into play throughout the area fairly frequently. And we'll continue to monitor this again for the next 10-12 minutes or so. This warning goes until 4:30 p.m. and if it does get extended, it's likely that it'll get extended northwestward into the Cotton Valley area, which is out of our viewing area, I believe. But again, it's traveling about 35 miles per hour at this time. So if you know anyone just northeast of Minden, they need to be in their safe place. Give them a call, make sure they know what's happening around them. And they don't have a lot of time to get into that space.
Yep, so we've been following this warning for a while now, and so you should have been in your safe place, should have been there a while ago. Also of note that Miller County, Lafayette, the southwest Arkansas tornado is still confirmed on the ground. So while that is not in our viewing area for our South Arkansas viewers that may have friends, family, Texarkana, or some of the surrounding areas, just know that that is a confirmed tornado still on the ground. Switching back over to our storm relative velocities mode, and as Alex has kind of illustrated, every radar picture is just that, a picture of the atmosphere or the environment, or and we take different pictures. This is basically taking a picture of wind and the wind directions, wind strength and directions associated with the storm's relative motion and in its proximity to the radar site. Green is winds that are moving away from the radar, but where you see reds, that's greens are moving toward the radar, reds moving away from the radar, and so you get that twist of the winds. You see the reds and the greens combined, winds going one direction, winds going another direction. They may not necessarily be symmetrical, they may not be equal in their strength, but there is some twisting and turning of the winds. And in this environment, with the shear as maximized as it is with the tropical landfalling system, the warnings are issued pretty fast and furious by the National Weather Service. It's kind of issue warnings and ask questions later simply because of how fast these can develop. It's a matter of seconds that you can go from nothing to something, and again, that can also ebb and flow depending on overall storm structure and the environment out ahead of it. All those types of things come into play as a tornado warned storm continues to progress through portions of Webster and Claiborne parishes. This tornado warning no longer in effect for Bienville Parish. That's at least one piece of good news. Also still monitoring this storm that is now moving into northwestern sections of Wynn Parish. Although it's not overly organized, we'll have to kind of keep an eye on its overall structure and makeup as it continues off to the north. El Dorado also seeing some rainfall just to the west of town. Be aware of that. As we approach the 4:30 time frame, there is the possibility that this tornado warned storm may shift its focus out of our viewing area. And as we mentioned, we really weren't expecting 2.5 hours of almost continuous severe weather coverage this afternoon, but that's the cards that Mother Nature has dealt us. And we may kind of jump in and out of programming and severe weather information and social media coverage through the course of the day as warnings are issued and then they're dropping. But also of note that there's not a whole lot happening in the vast majority of our viewing area. For folks in Ruston or Monroe or Bastrop or Crossett or Lake Providence, they're probably going, what in the world is happening? Because it's just quiet here. It's cloudy, it's warm, and there's nothing else happening. So again, it's all focused in this same area. So there's our new tornado warning, a new warning issued downstream, and this storm is actually going to keep us on the air until now 5 p.m. as this tornado warning now includes southern sections of Columbia County and western sections of Claiborne Parish. It will probably exit our viewing area, then re-enter our viewing area as it moves through portions of Webster Parish, but new tornado warning out. I'll let Alex fill you in on that.
Right now it is 8 miles north of Minden. It's moving northwest at 35 miles per hour, so it's not moving any faster or slower than it has been for the past 30 minutes to an hour. And again, it's starting to move that more northwesterly track, so it's no longer moving directly north. So areas like Spring Hill or along the Arkansas-Louisiana border, you need to start thinking ahead of where to get into your safe place, where you will be in the next 30 minutes to an hour. And that warning does go until 5 o'clock, so 5 p.m. So we have a little over for about 45 minutes or so-ish until this warning is either extended or expired. And I'll remind you, this storm previously produced a radar-confirmed tornado, so it does have a history of producing strong tornadic indications. Not that it is producing one now. It's a red box. That's the difference between the boxes that you see there on the screen. The purples meaning confirmed, the red meaning that it is a potential tornado that we're keeping our eyes on. But that is just what we're dealing with. And also notice the number of them. They have increased again over the past 30 minutes. They've almost doubled in the amount of that we've been tracking, even further south. So as we continue to monitor this, we are continuing to see storms enter areas that storms haven't been already. So untapped daytime heating and energy is also ample areas further north and northeastward per se.
Yes, and also that latest warning, that one that goes until 5 o'clock, that includes Columbia County and Claiborne Parish. You can start to see the northwesterly turn of this cell as it starts to round the circulation associated with barrels. So we'll go ahead and stay with you on air for our South Arkansas viewers that, again, we're expecting first at 4, and our Fox 14 viewers that are expecting Louisiana Living in about 6 minutes. Unfortunately, it looks like severe weather is going to step all over all of that. And for our South Arkansas viewers that are probably still hanging on the coverage from earlier this afternoon, Southern Arkansas now under the tornado warnings, at least in our viewing area. We've had tornado warnings in Miller and Lafayette counties for several minutes now, but now into our viewing area. And again, Columbia County, south of Magnolia. For Magnolia, you are not under this tornado warning currently, but the cell continues to move off to the north and west. There's still another cell west of El Dorado. Nothing really to concern yourself about there except for some heavier downpours. There's one cell to the northwest of Winfield. And I know these don't look like much on radar, but again, a tropical landfalling system creates a completely different environment. Wind shear is really kind of maxed out in the Shreveport area, in that front north quadrant, that front right quadrant of a landfalling tropical system, and that's where the tornado potential is maximized. So if you were to take this tropical system and you were to cut it into 4 quarters, we are on that front right quadrant, and that's where the vast majority of our tornado warnings are. This one right here to the west of Longview is kind of an outlier. It's on the northern, almost northwestern side of the circulation, but the vast majority of the activity is happening on the front right side. That's why when we have landfalling tropical systems along the Gulf Coast, we always want them to make landfall east of our area, so you can be on the western edge where they're seeing rainfall and some gusty winds. That's about it. But sometimes these tropical bands and these landfalling tropical systems, depending on the size of the storm, sometimes these bands of tropical tornado-producing thunderstorms can expand hundreds of miles out from the storm center. We're really confined closer to the storm center this go-round, but again, just every storm is different. Here's our new tornado warning, which again I acknowledge for now is technically not in our viewing area. It's going to exit and then re-enter. Well, actually, it still technically probably is just in our viewing area in the far western sections of Claiborne Parish. It will then move into northern sections of Webster Parish, again technically outside of our viewing area, then re-enter the viewing area in southern sections of Columbia County. And actually this tornado is firmly in western Claiborne Parish right now, almost due west of Homer, and continuing to trail off to now the northwest, and it will probably enter Webster Parish, I would say, in the next 5 minutes or so. But those reds and greens combined together in this type of environment usually indicate that a tornado is forming or is possible at any moment.
I will say the line that's now crossing the Toledo Bend area has picked up in intensity quite a bit. There was a break where the storms that had exited that area, which are now impacting our region now, the break had allowed for some surface heating, and it had allowed for some of the atmospheric conditions to kind of recuperate per se. So now a lot of the atmosphere where that innermost band we're starting to see just west of Natchitoches near Mansfield. Again, that's not in our area, but we could see that start to move into the towards Bienville Parish and Wynn Parish and Grant. That could impact our area in the near future in the next few hours or so.
So you see that that new product that I just put on the screen. That is again what we call the shear product. Not the easiest radar product to try to explain, but essentially shows sometimes straight line winds. Usually looks like a little snake in those instances, and then when you have a ball or a circular type shear rotation marker, that is where we are concerned about a possible tornado, especially as you start seeing the bolder colors, the brighter greens, the maroons. Sometimes you'll even see yellow pop up on the screen, but that just shows the stronger signs of circulation with this storm that is riding right along the Claiborne Parish line. For folks elsewhere, tornado watch is in effect from Union and Columbia County southward until 10 p.m. tonight. The tornado watch for Ouachita, Bradley, Calhoun, and Drew counties and the vast majority of the state of Arkansas goes until midnight tonight. And I would venture to say it may even need to be extended beyond that into northeastern Arkansas. But it all just really depends on the storm's barrel's motion, how long it can stay organized, and again, the environment that it produces. This is what's called base velocity. It's just basically a different look at wind speeds, but they're both generally showing the same thing in terms of what we call the radar couplet. It's basically a small little area of the winds kind of hitting in opposite directions, showing a twisting of the wind and the environment. Checking back over to the radar reflectivity, that's what we're talking about right here. Doesn't look like much, but it is definitely warranting a tornado warning. Can't confirm that one's on the ground. It's also in a relatively rural area just to the west of Homer, moving into southeastern sections of Webster Parish. We're not quite to the I-20, or we're not in the I-20 vicinity or any of those areas yet. We're now north of I-20 because Menden and I-20 Highway 80 are all south here. But we are starting to approach the state line, and that's why this tornado warning also goes for Columbia County until 5 p.m. Hitting the 4 p.m. time frame. And just to reset for folks and to remind everybody as they they join us on air. You're watching live Tropical Storm Barrel coverage on NBC 10 and Fox 14. Chief Meteorologist Jared Floyd alongside meteorologist Alex Noel. We've been on the air for basically the better part of the last 2.5 hours. To be honest with you, we really weren't expecting to be on for that entire time. We were expecting a more pulsing nature of these storms. They would ebb and flow in intensity. They get weaker, get stronger, get weaker, get stronger. And they really haven't done that to a point that we could see the tornado warnings drop off the map. They will get weaker, and then about the time they get weaker, as Alex mentioned, they kind of find that more favorable environment and they tend to spin back up, at least to the point that, that tornado warnings need to be issued. Will every tornado warning today produce a tornado? Probably not, but that's again the problem with tropical systems. They're so fast moving and so fast developing. Some of these bands, especially the inner bands, some of these tornadoes are moving off to the north, at least they were earlier today. We're moving in the 50-mile-an-hour range. A lot of the storm motion in our area has slowed down quite a bit. We're in these possible tornadoes are moving more 35 to 40 miles an hour. I will also note that you really still need to be sheltered in advance of these storms. Alex, go ahead.
I would look at the El Dorado or Union County storm. It doesn't have a warning on it yet, but a few eyes have been on it, and it does look to have at least some weak echo.
Yeah, you can see that right there too. That's just to the west of El Dorado. We said there wasn't much with it earlier, but again, anything that spins, you really have to watch today, and even if it's just a faint little red and green, there's still something going on there. And again, there's no warning active west of El Dorado or in Union County. Don't want to cause alarm where alarm's not needed, but it won't take much for a storm to develop and perhaps spin up a brief tornado. So Alex is, you'll hear her a lot, but she hasn't been on screen a lot, and that may change here in a little bit, but she's kind of watching multiple different storms outside of the immediate warning because of the quick nature of how these storms are spinning up and producing tornadoes.
As we continue to monitor the Claiborne Parish storm, it's also increased in its lightning activity over the past few minutes as well, significantly so. So we have been discussing the threats for tornadoes, but again, with any tropical system, that is not the only threats associated for this. Increase of lightning, the torrential downpours, the flash flooding threats, the damaging wind gusts, these are not things that we want you to try to go outside and see. We appreciate you wanting to send us pictures, but we'd rather you much stay in your safe place and stay safe.
Yeah, I don't want your pictures right now, to be honest with you. We just want you safe and where you need to be, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. As this possible tornado riding right along that Claiborne Parish line, you can see the Dykesville community, and a lot. This is State Highway 2, and the circulation is now crawled north of the Blackburn community, right along that Claiborne Parish line. And as we zoom out, this is the Claiborne Parish line with Webster Parish. It is running almost just right parallel to the parish border on the outside skirts of our viewing area. And that is still a very, very strong signature, especially for a tropical landfalling system. Typically, you don't see something as bold and evident with a lot of these storms. But yeah, that one's definitely cause for concern. Make sure that you stay sheltered.
Again, this is the same system that has a radar-confirmed tornado not even an hour ago. So it has been proven that it has the potential to produce these damaging wind gusts, at least, if not radar-confirmed tornadoes at times. So it's very, very important that you take these warnings seriously. And not only that, if you know you have friends or family in those locations, in those areas, give them a call. And we've been talking about Beryl for the better half of a week now, and I know storm fatigue is probably becoming an increasing issue, but for those of us who may be thinking, oh, it's not here, so why should I care? Well, you have friends or family near Minden or Shreveport or Spring Hill, or entering into even the Columbia County or Union County, Arkansas. That is where the system as a whole will start to impact next. So it's about thinking ahead, not thinking now, because again, if you think now, well, it's already too late. And as we look around the area, I'm going to take a quick look on my own radar here. We're looking for not just again, the storm impacting Claiborne Parish, it's still hugging the very western edge of Claiborne Parish, and that radar couplet is very, very defined. And what we look for again, is that red and green mix. And Dalvin, you can switch over to links 2 for a second if you really want to, just to see the radar couplet. And it's just south of Haynesville, I believe. And if it continues to move northwest, it won't stay in our viewing area for very long. It'll start impacting areas like Spring Hill, Cullen. And again, that's past the 79 region. But you know, if you have friends or family in southwestern Arkansas near Bradley or Taylor, those are smaller communities, but they also need to be kept safe. No matter how big or small a community, city, or town is, safety matters to those locations. Now, regarding areas outside of those storms, I know we've been tracking and keeping our eyes in particular on these few warnings, but as far as the rest of the Ark-La-Miss is concerned, it's a very strong cutoff between El Dorado and right here. If you are east of that white line, there's not much happening. Now, we are seeing an increase in activity in southern Arkansas. In particular, we were looking at the storm in Union County near El Dorado, and even now the storm that is southwest or southeast, of Magnolia at this time is starting to pick up in reflectivity, and they don't look like much now, but that's what the storm in Webster Parish and Claiborne Parish looked like about 2 hours ago. And they're in a more favorable environment. They have a lot of untapped daytime heating energy that wasn't there for previously, or areas previously, like in Haynesville and Homer. So that's what we're tracking, and we will continue to track as the evening progresses. We do have 2 tornado watches. One is until 10 p.m. for our western parishes and counties, and then we have a new one that is issued for the majority of the Arkansas area until midnight. So this is a marathon, not a sprint, like Jared said. So we need to make sure that you have your phones charged and you stay up to date with the latest information. For those of us who are along the I-20 corridor, like in Ruston, like in Monroe, and even as far west as Delhi and Rayville, you are not probably seeing any rainfall. You may even be seeing sunshine at this time. But again, just off towards the west, if you know that you have friends or family off towards the west, give them a call and make sure that they're staying weather aware, because this isn't something that you just want to ignore. I know it's just a tropical storm with quotation marks around saying that, but every storm is different, and you can't treat them all like they are the same.
Yeah, and that's the thing that we're at right now, Alex. And if we can go back to links 1, kind of line up those tornado warnings where we can see them, and we're also still watching that storm in Union County. If you are expecting tropical storm force conditions, you're going to be really confused by what we see over the next 24 to 36 hours. Yeah, it'll be a breezy day tomorrow, probably in the 15 to 20 mile an hour wind range, perhaps even some stronger gusts than that. But if you're looking for tropical storm impacts associated with Beryl, this is it. This is the only type of impact we can really expect to see, is the periods of heavy rainfall potentially, but the tornadic cells on these outer bands. Again, this storm's getting Beryl, the tropical storm, is getting progressively weaker as it moves farther inland. So this is a constantly evolving scenario involving these outer bands and some of these cells associated with them. A lot of them are lining up out ahead immediately of this really strong band that's moved into western Louisiana, I would say in the last hour to hour and a half. As we mentioned earlier, it was kind of marching right along the Toledo Bend area. And now, as we perhaps are starting to see a northerly or maybe even an easterly component to Beryl's center moving east, that band's starting to kind of nudge eastward as well. Let's go back to that, what's now the Webster Parish storm. But again, this tornado warning is in effect, and the storm itself is still right along the Claiborne Parish line as it will move relatively close to Haynesville. Haynesville proper is not technically in this tornado warning. Emerson in southern Arkansas, that community, not under a tornado warning either, but it is for interests farther south and west of your area. I'm going to switch back over to the Shreveport storm relative velocities mode, and there is our possible tornado. Those brighter green colors indicating some stronger winds associated with it as it continues off to the north. Alex, go ahead.
There's multiple trees down being reported on Highway 79, so even if you are east of that area of rotation, it's probably not best to travel westward or along with 79 due to potential debris being left by the storm. Apparently, it is on Highway 79 and Highway 518 in Webster Parish.
Okay, that's actually going to be probably back to the south earlier, because 79 goes into southern Webster Parish, so that may actually be from earlier in the storm's life cycle. So yeah, it has a history of producing wind damage, or that could have been our radar correlation coefficient, our debris. Actually, we didn't have a debris signature on that storm. Either way, I don't want to jump into a lot of specifics, but again, it has a history of producing some type of wind damage, whether it's tornado damage or whether it's wind damage itself. And that's the other thing with these storms. They're probably producing some 40 to 60-ish mile-an-hour wind gusts associated with them. Keep going back to the shear product. I don't like to show it overly frequently just because, again, it's just a green blob on the radar to a lot of folks, but still seeing a very strong, organized couplet, tornado signature, whatever you want to call it, marching right along the Claiborne Parish line as we approach the 5 o'clock time frame. And I'll put this back, recenter it. There it is right there. I don't know what's happening here. Let's reset and go back home, and then we will go back to our storm here. Alex, I think maybe you're clicking on 2, maybe. All right, so let's do this all over again. We're going to go back home and let's reset everything, and while I turn some equipment on and off again. Here's a look at what's going on currently with Tropical Storm Beryl. And again, a weakening tropical storm, but the outer bands continuing to provide some strong winds and some heavy rain, but also for our area at least, the possibility of tornadoes. So let's go back to our storm that's moving into Claiborne Parish, moving close to the Emerson community shortly. Taylor and Emerson, you are the 2 or higher populated areas in southern Columbia County. Neither one of those communities is technically under the tornado warning, but Alex, I would say with the more northern motion, this storm hasn't made that northwesterly turn yet, so it's moving more north in a polygon that's oriented northwest to southeast.
Absolutely, and that's what we've been seeing. This particular storm in general has a slower northwesterly trek than some of the storms further off towards the west that are closer to the center and in the innermost sections of the band. Storms and things that are developing out further east of the outer bands are seeming that they are taking a more northerly trek, or even a northeasterly trek in some cases, like the Wind Parish storm, and even that storm in El Dorado is taking a more northeasterly trek than the ones that are further westward. So
there's our, again, radar couplet tornado signature right along the alternate route of Highway 2, and there's a near Cockrell Road in the Norton Corner community and near Shongaloo. And again, this is right along the the Claiborne-Webster Parish line. You can see Haynesville on the right-hand side of your screen as I switch back over to the reflectivities mode, and yeah, your possible tornado, when you recenter it, it's going to be somewhere in that general area right there.
And the couplet is much more defined than it was even a scan ago.
Yeah, let's go back to the shear product. Yeah, and so, I mean, this thing's not going anywhere in terms of, it's not weakening, and for folks that are in the path of this storm, like I said, Shongaloo, and I know that Webster Parish is not our viewing area, but some folks still pick us up over the air in that particular region. Just make sure that you're sheltered. For folks in Columbia County, you have gotten a lot of advance notice with this storm. It's on its way, basically, for lack of a better term, for folks along Highway 371 and east, or if you're between 371 and Highway 79 in Columbia County, go ahead and seek shelter now. Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors.
And as this continues to move, it's moving at 35 miles per hour. So it's moving at a consistent pace. So when we tell you that you only have a few minutes, 10 minutes to get to your safe place, that's because we have seen and have tracked this particular storm for the better portion of 2 hours now, and it has consistently moved between 35 and 40 miles per hour. And it has shown and proven that on different radars that we have seen, whether it be our radar or on Shreveport's radar. And that's just the nature of this particular storm that we're tracking. Will every storm behave this way? Absolutely not. That's just not how nature works. But if you know that you have friends or family just west of Haynesville, they need to be in their safe place, not in 5 minutes. They need to be in there now. And we also have to keep in mind that what you're hearing over either it be Facebook or on TV, there is a few second delay. So you have to plan ahead from what you're hearing throughout now and for the rest of the evening, likely as we continue tornado coverage.
And I don't want to say this to make anybody sound dumb or silly or anything like that, but there are a lot of instances where if you're watching social media coverage, you may go, wait, what did he just say? And you may have scrolled the little scroll bar back or rewound 10 seconds or 15 seconds or 30 seconds. Wait, what did he just say there? Or what was that warning for? How long did it go? And you rewound the live coverage. Make sure that you fast forward back up to the live coverage. Always check the top left-hand side of your screen, that timestamp. Make sure that it's in step with what your watch says and that you're not watching coverage that's 2 or 3 or 4 minutes old. I know that sounds trivial and it sounds kind of silly, but in the day and age where we're all receiving our information in different ways, it's just something to kind of keep in mind as this, again, tornado warned storm starts to approach the state line of Arkansas and Louisiana. Also still monitoring these two cells, especially this one west of El Dorado. In fact, when you pull it up from the National Weather Service and Little Rock's radar, you could see some elevated rotation there. Not saying that a warning is imminent, but if a warning is issued, and this goes for any warning today, any warning that's issued, if you receive the EAS alerts, the emergency alert system alerts on your phone, make your phone vibrate and go nuts, seek shelter and do it quickly. Do it calmly, but do it quickly. Avoid travel in these areas. Take a peek of the radar. Download the KTVE KARD weather app. It's available on iTunes and Google Play. It will give you geo-specific alerts based on your location. So if you're within the warning, you will get that warning and give you a little peace of mind there. I urge you to have multiple ways of receiving severe weather alerts. The EAS alerts are 1, our weather app's 2, and if you're checking with us on Facebook, that's 3, and then if you are checking with the National Weather Service, that's 4. They're not a competition. We're all working together. So again, as you look at the storm relative velocities of this storm that is now technically outside of our viewing area, it will be re-entering our viewing area shortly. In fact, can't even say with a whole lot of certainty that this possible tornado isn't still moving through portions of Claiborne Parish as it approaches the state line here in the next 10 minutes or so. Think ahead. Think of, again, this is taking a picture of the environment, and this picture's old. Whether it be 30 seconds old or whether it be 2 minutes old, it's still an old image. So make sure that you get to your safe place. There's our area of concern where a tornado could be forming or has formed. So again, that's where our biggest concern is, right along the state line, just south of the state line, sandwiched between 371 and Highway 79. And I'll go back over to the Shreveport radar because admittedly, they have a better vantage point of this storm. Remember, our radar is all the way in West Monroe, all the way off screen here. National Weather Service Shreveport radar is just off screen bottom left. So they're getting a better vantage point from probably a few thousand feet lower in the atmosphere compared to what our radar is looking at. So we're going to continue to bounce back and forth. As this storm starts to crawl into southern Arkansas, the National Weather Service radar in Little Rock will start coming into play, especially for some of those cells back out over Union County. And again, exercise caution on the roadways. Heavy downpours. No matter what kind of downpour you get caught in, it's probably going to be pretty heavy today. So exercise caution on our local roadways. This tornado warning, again, goes till the top of the hour, 5 o'clock. We will stay with you until 5. There's the potential that NBC 10 News at 5 could be shown in its entirety, but I'm really not optimistic about that. It's just simply because of the fact that this tornado warning doesn't seem to be going anywhere in terms of weakening and things of that nature. And also on that note, as Alex and I mentioned, The original shape of this tornado warning, the storm was hugging the left side of the tornado warning. Now, instead, the warning was really expecting more of a northwesterly turn, and it hasn't yet. Just continues off to the north. That is why there's such an err on the side of caution on either side for a tornado warning. When those polygons are drawn by the National Weather Service, they have to give themselves a little bit of wiggle room. Storms move, and they move in erratic motions. And so while it's generally expected that the storm should take a northwesterly turn at some point, it hasn't yet. So that's why eastern edge of that tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place now. Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors, as this storm circulation now starts to approach the state line of Louisiana and Arkansas.
And as it continues to move north or northwest, kind of in between north-northwest really, as of this hour, it's moving at 35 miles per hour, which is consistent. And a lot of the other storms have also now, I've been looking through the other tornado warnings in the area, they're all pretty consistent at moving about 35 to 30 to 40 miles per hour. So we're starting to see almost a uniformity in the movement of tornado warnings and the storms in general as they move, as Beryl is moving. The whole storm as a whole is moving north-northwestward at 16 miles an hour. And so as we continue to track it, as the evening progresses, again, these tornado watches, not warnings, go until 10 and midnight tonight for our western parishes and counties of the area, and then in Arkansas until midnight. That's what we're seeing, the north-northeastern progression of the storm as Beryl eventually starts to trek that way. And also it'll start to de-intensify, it'll start to weaken the more it interacts with landfall. We just got an update with that being a radar confirmed tornado, correct?
Yeah, it's now radar confirmed as it moves toward the state line, and that new tornado warning, and it is a new tornado warning, it's not a continuation of the old one. There's our radar debris signature. So this is, again, we've shown it before. It's called the correlation coefficient. It's just a big fancy word for a different mode on the radar screen. And when you see the reds and purples, whatever it may be, whether it's clear air and nothing being reflected back to the radar site, or whether it's rain, continuous rain, and similar sized particles being reflected back, because obviously that radar imagery hits and comes back, and that's where we know when something's out there. For a lot of this, you're going to get the normal reds and purples, which shows consistent returns in terms of size and things of that nature. But when you get a small area like this, this is where we have a concern of a debris signature. It's essentially the radar indicating that what it is reading from this area is very irregular in its size or in its concentration. So instead of getting consistent rain or consistent hail, and hail does things to correlation coefficient as well, but instead of getting these consistent red and purple returns, you get this little faint area of yellows and greens and perhaps even blues that show a very inconsistent, irregular reflection back to the radar. Typically, that is tree debris, limbs and branches, trees, vegetation. In some instances, if it causes damage in a community, we're talking about structures or structural pieces that are being lofted into the air. So it's essentially lofted debris from a confirmed tornado. So that's what the purple tornado warning means. That's what this correlation coefficient means. And as I just clicked it off the screen, that radar signature just got even more intense. So again, for folks along the state line, we are not talking about a possible tornado. This is a radar confirmed tornado on the ground. Make sure that you're in your safe place, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, just like you would for any other tornado warning. Purple tornado warning means that it is a radar confirmed. That means that debris has been indicated on radar and that a tornado is on the ground. A red tornado watch box, which you will see on the map, means that it is radar indicated. A tornado may be forming, but we're not quite sure yet, but the conditions are favorable and a tornado has formed or potentially is forming. So here's our storm relative velocities, and as you see this now passing to the north of Old Shongaloo and headed right toward the state line. Here's State Line Road as this storm continues. I believe that's Highway 2 that moves right through the central sections of this warning polygon, if I stand correct.
It's also going to potentially impact the community of Walnut Grove and Plainfield. I know those are smaller communities,
Yep.
but
Here's Plainfield right here. And again, the storm's generally moving off to the north. So again, cannot stress enough, please make sure you're sheltered. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground in far northern Webster and Claiborne parishes, right along the state line. This bold black line here, you see State Line Road. This is the state line, and so we're now entering into southern Arkansas. Continuing to try to keep tabs on other storms as well, because we've got other stuff happening, including some cells that are moving through portions of Union County that don't have warnings with them yet. But we just want to continue to kind of keep tabs on them. There's a lot, as we mentioned before, a lot of moving pieces. And this one right here, I'm going to go ahead and, this one right here is a little cause for concern. We'll switch over to the National Weather Service and Little Rock's radar, and you can see the reds and greens are trying to combine together somewhat, although there's not necessarily anything sharply indicated there. And again, use Shreveport radar, kind of the same story. Let's go to the live radar. Same general story, reds and greens together. So we switch back over to our normal radar modes, and let's go back to the task at hand, which is the Columbia County storm. Firmly into Columbia County now, switching back and forth just between all of our different radar modes. That's a pretty messy radar screen, to be honest with you, as this storm now approaches the 5 o'clock hour, and this new tornado warning goes until 5:30. So just kind of resetting all the different warning boxes that you see on the screen. There are a lot of different ones. Also, another radar confirmed tornado, I believe that was earlier in Miller and Lafayette County. So resetting the screen for folks that are just joining us, an active tornado, confirmed tornado on the ground crossing the state line into southern portions of Columbia County. That new tornado warning goes until 5:30. Also monitoring 2 separate cells moving through northern sections of Ouachita County that should be crossing the Ouachita River probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, moving into portions of Calhoun and Ouachita counties in South Arkansas. Keep an eye on those as well.
as this heads north-northwestern, so areas like Emerson, you are just outside of the warning boxes. But we have seen this particular area of rotation not stay true to the warning box. So even if you are just outside of the warning box, you also need to start thinking about your safe place. And it's important to think ahead. So tailor. And if you reside or are driving or know you will be driving, it's about to be a travel hour. It's almost 5 o'clock along 371. You need to think about where you will be in the next 20 minutes or so as this warning goes out until 5:30. So as it continues to track again northwestward, really it's north-northwestern, but as it continues to go that way, about 35 miles per hour, we can see that it'll be about the edge of the suspected cone right now. And that'll be just west of Magnolia. So even if you're in Magnolia, I know you're towards the edge of the box, but you need to be in your safe place as well. You need to take these warnings seriously because of the long tracks that we're having. This is the same tornado warning that we've had. This has already been previously confirmed, and it has already previously been confirmed to have caused damage on 75. Trees have been down blocking roads. So again, if you know that you'll be traveling along 371 near Taylor or near Springville or Spring Hill, think about where you're going to be and think about the safe places that you will have within the next few minutes. And it needs to be in the next few minutes, not the next half hour.
So here are some of the smaller communities that are included in this storm track. And again, you have to, we're filtering to try to pick up as many communities as possible. And again, just acknowledging the fact that this is moving through some lower populated communities. They all count the same, but we just want to give folks as much advance notice in the Walkerville, Harmony, Hunt. You folks have got 10 minutes or less, and don't give yourself 10 minutes. Go now. Go to your safe place, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I can't stress enough, this is not one of those scenarios where we're looking at something unfolding across the area where this is a possible radar indicated or this is radar confirmed. It is kicked debris up at times, and in fact, I'm going to go back to the correlation coefficient here briefly just to see if it is continuing to indicate that debris signature? And it is. And actually quite noticeably moving.
That's a very distinct debris ball.
So it's east of 371, right near the Plainfield and Western communities. Walkerville, you're up next. So again, if you're in these areas, cannot stress enough that you should have been sheltered a long time ago. Be in your safe place now. The Plainfield and Western communities in Arkansas. That is for also reference, it's Highway 19 or Route 19 that moves right through, and this storm is just west of Highway 19 moving toward Walkerville. So again, if you're in these areas, I believe Columbia Road 4 will meet. In fact, it's right there on the screen. That's Western Columbia Road 4 that meets Highway 19 there in Plainfield. So if you're in these areas, proper tornado precautions. This is the real deal. That is a tornado on the ground. We are zooming in as we're going to get as close as we can. Again, it's approaching East Columbia Road 4 along Highway 19, and it's probably already north of Western and Plainfield, but please stay sheltered if you're in those areas. Elsewhere across the region, we're going to go back to our normal kind of radar modes, if you will. So unfortunately, on a day like today, you can't just stay honed in on one particular storm because there's so many other ones going on. Most of them are just outside of our viewing area, and this one's on the far western edge. But for folks in southwestern Columbia County, from Emerson to Taylor and every point in between, you should probably be sheltered at this point.
A tornado watch just got issued again for the Arkansas area, or it got extended rather, I should say.
Okay, so again, for a reminder for the tornado watch, and again, this is still a confirmed on radar. This is a new radar image from the National Weather Service radar in Shreveport, and again, it continues to echo what we're seeing in this area right here. Can't really see it much on our radar screen, but it is it's definitely there, and it looks like the circulation has kind of trickled back to the north a little bit more. Still very strong shear indicators. All of these things indicating that that a tornado is on the ground and causing damage in southern Arkansas.
So even Emerson, if you have anyone near Emerson, I know it's just off towards the east, but they also need to be in their safe place. Off towards the north, that would be Magnolia if it continued to take a more northerly trek instead of a northwesterly trek like it has shown to do previously. If you reside in Magnolia, start thinking about your safe place. Know where that is. That's in the interior room of whatever building that may be, away from windows. That means you need to put as much building and as much material between you and outside as possible, because what is the most dangerous part about any sort of storm situation scenario is the debris, not the per se tornado itself.
So for folks in southern Columbia County, again, you should have been sheltered a while ago. For folks in Magnolia, you're not technically under the tornado warning, and meteorologically, eventually this thing is going to start turning more to the north and west. As it revolves around the circulation associated with Beryl, one would think eventually it has to take a little bit more of that northwesterly turn, but it hasn't yet. So we can't go with what we think's going to happen during these types of scenarios. You just have to kind of roll with what's happening on the radar screen. Again, a reminder of the tornado warning out to the west, still monitoring these cells as they cross the Ouachita River across portions of northern Union County. And then also we have additional tornado warnings, a slew of them, Shreveport, Bossier southward. So please exercise caution if you're traveling in those areas. Go ahead, Alex.
At 5:01 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was confirmed and located near Taylor, or 8 miles northeast of Spring Hill, moving northwest at 35 miles per hour.
So it is now officially moving to the north and west. Yes. But again, it is a radar confirmed tornado on the ground. We continue to switch back and forth between a lot of different radar modes. And again, there's still a very strong radar signature that indicates a tornado on the ground. And it's that plain and simple. All the different products are indicating a very strong storm that is producing damage. And again, we've shown you all the different radar products. So if you're in the path of this storm in southwestern western Columbia County, this is the real deal. That's why you see the confirmed on the screen, and you need to be sheltered in your safe place. Avoid travel in this area, and use extreme caution as you venture out and about through the rest of the evening as storms continue to pop up across the region.
And it was confirmed by law enforcement, so it was not radar confirmed. Someone actually saw this tornado, so that is different from what the radar confirmed tornado that we saw earlier while it was in Louisiana. So again, like Jared said, this is the real deal. This is not something that you can kind of bluff off and say, this isn't near me enough for me to not to get in my safe place. No, if you are near Taylor or Emerson, get into your safe place. If you reside along a 371, you need to already be in your safe place. And if you even live near Magnolia, that is further north, but the storm has a tendency to move north-northwest. It has been confirmed that it's moving northwestward at 35 miles per hour, but it continues to kind of flex each direction depending on your radar scan. So that's what we're seeing and why we're tracking this particular storm so closely. And as we continue to move through the area, so that's Macedonia, Hunt, and Harmony, and Horsehead, I believe, and Walkerville, those are the next immediate areas that need to take shelter. Again, not a few seconds ago. You need to be there now, whether you have to bring your phone with you to the bathroom and get in the bathtub, turn your TV up loud, and that way you're able to hear it as you get into the hallway. Do so. Just put your safety first. And if you have to call your neighbors, make sure they're weather aware. I know these are smaller communities. Some people may not be aware of what's happening outside because it's gone from sunny to stormy in a matter of minutes. And that's what we're continuing to track across the area.
Well, the other plus side to these, the small communities being impacted, if there is a plus side, is everybody knows everybody in small communities. So call everybody, send text messages, you know, whatever you got to do. But in many ways, in small communities, I think the word gets out even faster and more efficiently because there's just, I think everybody tends to, like I said, be a little bit better acquainted. So I again want to stress that to folks as this radar confirmed tornado continues to move off to the north and west. And I just want to drive the point home. Alex just read most of this status just a few minutes ago, but at 5:01, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Taylor, 8 miles northeast of Spring Hill, moving to the northwest at 35 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. That's verbatim from the National Weather Service. So again, we're not trying to blow this out of proportion in any way, but tropical landfalling systems can produce tornadoes and apparently have produced a tornado in Columbia County. So please seek shelter immediately. You see the additional bands of tornado warnings lining up in succession across northwestern Louisiana. That's why the tornado watch remains in effect for a good chunk of the area until 10 p.m. tonight. That's for folks El Dorado, El Dorado and Magnolia southward, Columbia County, Union County southward. That tornado warning goes until 10. Ouachita, Bradley, Calhoun, Drew counties, and much of the state of Arkansas under a tornado watch until midnight.
And as you're on the correlation coefficient, something that we look for, not per se in hail, but hail spike related, in the correlation coefficient, when there is larger debris, it can kind of have a spiking motion like that near Magnolia. So that can also prompt to say, okay, we are seeing debris potentially lofted into some of the other levels of the atmosphere. And you can see that smaller area where the greens and the reds are mixing, that is your tight couplet where the tornado would actually be. But that just goes to show that, again, this is potentially causing damage in that location. And
we still have a debris signature on radar, but it seems to be displaced to the south and west. There's a good chance it's just lofted, and it's from earlier, and it's just kind of still in the environment. But again, we can't say a whole lot in terms of, I mean, there's a couplet there. There's a very strong indicator of a tornado continuing just between Taylor and Emerson. Should approach Highway 371, I would say, in the next 10 to 15 minutes. As long as it kind of stays on its current path, it'll impact you folks here shortly. So if you're driving along 371 from Magnolia to Taylor or vice versa, you got to get out of the path of this storm, whether it's, you know, pulling off into a convenience store, gas station, grocery store, what have you. I know there's maybe not a lot between Magnolia and Taylor in terms of shelter, but find some place and get there and wait for the storm to pass.
And that's the communities of Harmony, Macedonia, Hunt, Philadelphia, and Sharman, I believe that is, along 371 and southeastward. Again, this storm is moving northwestward, realistically, and right now it seems to be hugging closer to the eastern side of this polygon, which previously towards the south it was hugging the western side. So it just goes to show why these polygons, they kind of taper outward the further that they expand towards the north, because they have the ability to kind of flex northward or southward within that polygon. And it's so important to pay attention where you reside and also take shelter no matter where you are within that warning.
So we continue to bounce back and forth between a lot of different radar modes, and like I said, bear with us, because as we bring you the information, we're also kind of surveying things ourselves. We you know, there's not really, hasn't been an opportunity over the last 3 hours or so for us to step off screen and kind of converse with each other and kind of, you know, spill a stream of consciousness about what's happening in our environment. And so we just kind of have to share it with you as we continue to monitor these storms. And on that note, I'm still watching the storm out over Union County. This one right here, again, doesn't look like much, low topped, looks fairly weak, but in a tropical environment, you can do a lot with a little. So again, can't stress enough for folks in Stevens and along Highway 79 in Ouachita County, going from Stevens to Camden and points southward. Keep an eye on this storm just in case. No warnings out for it right now, but you folks are under a tornado watch in Union County until 10 and Ouachita County until midnight. So just like I said, keep tabs on that storm. If a warning is issued, we'll let you know about it.
Those particular storms in Union County, if I believe, if I stand corrected, that they're in between radar, so it's a bit difficult to make judgments regarding them. But that just also means it'll be that much faster if a warning does get issued for those areas to be issued in the long run.
So there's our different vantage points of the same very strong radar signature moving through Columbia County as we approach 5:15 on this Monday afternoon. If you're just joining us looking for NBC 10 News at 5, well, this is NBC 10 News at 5 as severe weather is unfolded associated with Tropical Storm Beryl as it moves inland across East Texas. The outer bands have produced numerous cells capable of producing tornadoes, one of which has produced a tornado, radar confirmed, across portions of Columbia County in southern Arkansas, just crossing the state line. Again, this is a confirmed tornado warning till 5:30 for the areas you see here in the purple. As we mentioned a lot before, purple meaning confirmed, whether visually or by radar. Red tornado warnings are radar indicated, meaning that a tornado is forming or has formed, but we have no real evidence of it. We don't have a visual confirmation of it. We don't have radar confirmation of it or something of that nature. So it's, again, just kind of discerning the two different warnings that you'll see on the screen. I know that everybody's kind of used to the normal red tornado warnings, but again, just want to stress that for folks that may not be familiar with what they're seeing. Zooming back out, still seeing several tornado, almost a half dozen tornado warnings to our west. And as we've mentioned numerous times before, it really all depends on the storm motion associated with Beryl and where that band will be going. So we put this into motion, and you can see that that band has made a lot of eastward progress over the last hour or so, and that moves it kind of perilously close to our viewing area. Not necessarily indicating or saying that a tornado is headed our way from any of these storms, but again, it does lead to the concern that additional tornadic thunderstorms could be possible in the short term, in the next few hours. What happens as we go through the rest of the evening, it's just a little too early to speculate. Looks like a new flash flood warning has just been issued, and that includes far northwestern reaches of Wynn Parish. So again, not necessarily of the greatest concern considering what we've got going on across Columbia County, but the heavy rainfall is another aspect of this system. While isolated, that could create some problems. Here's the Philadelphia community, the Hunt community, and the Macedonia community. And as we've said, think ahead, think advance notice. This is a picture of what has already happened. So this storm has already moved farther northward. If you're in these areas, you're in the path of the storm, you need to be in your safe place now. The Dodson communities and folks along Highway 371, I know there's Dodson in Louisiana. This is Dodson in Columbia County, Arkansas, the Smithland communities, even as far west as Sharman and Friendship. These are all areas that should be sheltered now from a confirmed, radar-confirmed tornado on the ground moving through portions of Columbia County.
If I do have any good news to say, the closer to the center of Beryl that we're getting, we're also seeing a decrease of tornado warnings being issued, but there's an increase of wind speed being apparent associated with those thunderstorms.
So something to keep in mind as we go through the rest of the afternoon, as if we didn't have enough to already deal with. And like I said, the gusty winds associated with a tropical system are probably generally going to stay to our west, and as the storm center gets closer to our area, it should weaken to a point where the sustained winds shouldn't be a big problem in our area. But again, it's the tornadic producing thunderstorms, the tropical driven rainfall, and the occasional gusty winds that are associated that leave the concern. There's our latest radar image. And again, just stressing for folks that are maybe heading home from work and live outside of Magnolia. Maybe you work in Magnolia and you live down 371 or something like that. If you're not home, I'd wait and wait for this storm to pass, because again, should approach Highway 371 just west of Magnolia in the next, I would say, 10 minutes or so. You've had a lot of advance notice. This warning's been out for better part of a half hour or so. I'm going to go ahead and leave you back on this radar screen for just a minute and zoom back out a smidge and let Alex kind of recap. We've got tornado watches, tornado warnings, all kinds of stuff happening across the western half of the Ark-La-Miss this afternoon.
So again, this is a tornado warning. It is a confirmed tornado warning, not confirmed like a radar confirmed like we had seen earlier. This was confirmed by a local law enforcement, so eyes did actually see this affect the ground. So that is different from what we had seen earlier this afternoon. And this storm has had a history of producing damage and is moving directly northwestward as of the latest update at 35 miles per hour. But every time we get a radar scan, it doesn't seem to be moving in that northwesterly track. As of right now, it seems to be moving more northwesterly. So areas like, again, in Magnolia, and we can move in, or I'll move in on my own radar, Philadelphia area, Hunt, Smithland, Dodson, Box Springs, those are all communities that need to start thinking about where you're going to be in the next few minutes. And as this warning ends again at 5:30, we're at 5:17, so we have roughly half an hour left to go. It is likely, if the radar signature, like we have been seeing, is strong, and Dalvin, you can pop me over to links too if you would like to. If we are seeing such a strong radar indication like this, even in the next 10 minutes or so, that warning that we're having now may be extended, but it may not be radar confirmed necessarily. That would be a red box and not a purple box. So again, areas like Philadelphia and Hunt, that area of rotation has already passed you, and with the new radar scan you can see that. And if it's moving at 35 miles per hour, that means Dodson and Smithland and Box Springs, you are next on the list per se for it to move to you. So if it's moving again in this direction, then as it continues to move northwest, we could see it cross 371 in the next 10 minutes or so, if that. If you're leaving Magnolia, if you're headed towards Taylor for Magnolia, then think about where you're going to be the next 20 to 30 minutes. Will there be safe places along the road where you're traveling? Will there be family members along that road that you know will be traveling? Are there kids that you are having summer jobs at daycares or whatnot? Do they know that there's a tornado warning in their area? Those are all things to consider. And also, know where your safe place is located. We have been repeating ourselves for the better parts of 2 hours now, 3 hours, I believe, it's 5:18. So the safe place that you need to be in is an interior room away from windows. The more supplies and materials that you put between yourself and the outside scenario as possible will protect you the most, and that's what we're seeing across their area. And again, this is a confirmed tornado, not a radar confirmed. It is a person who had seen a tornado and reported it. So Smithland and Dodson and Philadelphia, this is already impacting those areas, and we can see if we can zoom in just a little bit further and try to get a little bit more street names. It doesn't appear I can. Or County Road 255 may be the best one I can get, but Box Springs and Dodson is right
approaching
there.
Highway 71 right now, and right at Dodson. Or is that 71 or is it? Yeah, it's 371.
371.
My mistake.
So Dodson, you are right now being impacted by this area of rotation, and that's what we have been tracking, again, for the past 20 minutes or so, in areas like Smithland as well. You are close enough to the rotation. If it is a large tornado, like the National Weather Service had suggested, well, you could still be within a debris field. You could still be impacted by a large wind gust or an incredibly strong wind gust. So you just need to make sure that you're in your safe place, because it's not necessarily just the tornado or the damaging wind gust that's dangerous. It's the debris that is caused by the lift of the winds that we're seeing here. Areas that are next, that would be Box Springs, and even further north than that, Columbia Road 52, and McCamey and Friendship. Those would all be places to take their next safe place, and Mount Vernon as well.
You said it's still going 35?
Yes.
Okay, so we can switch over to Lynx 1 for a second. We'll try to give a time of arrival just in an arrow form from 371 out to, let's say, Stamps and some of those areas. You're talking about 30 minutes of lead time. I would venture to say that a new tornado warning may be needed with this storm, but just considering what it looks like on radar and as it approaches the northern edge of this polygon, that I would venture to say that we're probably going to need a new tornado warning with it. I can't confirm that. We don't issue tornado warnings. National Weather Service does, and they've been issuing them fast and furious through the day. And again, it's just because of the fast developing nature of these tornadoes. And while we talk about it a lot, and you probably hear it a lot on social media, as you see the shear product again continuing to ramp up and strengthen. A lot of folks talk about tropical systems and tornadoes associated with tropical systems, and many times you'll hear most tropical tornadoes are weak. And I even mentioned that typically yesterday I said most tropical tornadoes are fast moving, and the vast majority of them are on the weekend. That should never be assumed, ever, when you're talking about a possible tornado, because EF2s and EF3s do form from tropical systems and can still cause, they still cause the same damage regardless of whether it's a tropical system or not. So again, if you're in this area, we go back to the normal radar depiction that you would normally see, crossing 371 west of Magnolia and continuing to make its way eventually toward the Buckner and Louisville communities as you start moving out of western sections of Columbia County and you move into portions of Lafayette County and some of the surrounding areas. And then also we still monitor this one storm that's now exiting Union County. There's actually two, one near Smackover and then another one just to the southeast of Stevens. No warnings out with those yet, although the National Weather Service is probably monitoring them closely, if I had to guess. Everything's being monitored closely today. Latest scan from the National Weather Service radar in Shreveport, showing the strong gusty winds and the possibility that tornado signature now as it refreshes. You can now firmly say that this storm has now passed or is on 371 and moving northwest of 371. So as Alex mentioned, and she gave you a lot of advance notice in the Dodson and the Box Springs communities, and for folks even farther downstream from that, you're talking about the Mount Vernon community, which is right on the edge of this tornado warning, and it looks like you folks are next. So again, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And as long as we continue to go back to this sheer product and continue to see those strong, bold, bright green colors and the maroons, that's usually showing some very strong winds aloft. I could turn on a few different products here, and I may do that off screen in just a second, just to see what we're dealing with. But again, this is a very menacing storm, and still monitoring additional development, not only to the west and the southwest, but also the east, as this band, this stronger band, starts to move inland. Any small little cell will have to be monitored for potential rotation. And now you're starting to see that band that Alex was alluding to, that literally 2 hours ago, or maybe 3 hours ago, was still in East Texas and has now progressed far eastward along the I-49 corridor. Eventually, daytime heating will start to zap this band somewhat, but we can't really count on that weakening to help us out, at least in the short term, because that band is approaching our viewing area. Here's Wynn Parish, here's Bienville Parish, a lot of the same areas that have dealt with tornado warnings today. You're still under that same threat. That's the other thing about tropical landfalling systems, and for a lot of folks that are typically used to seeing severe weather in our viewing area, usually it's one event, supercells, then a big squall line moves through, and then once the line moves through, it's done, and it's over. Unfortunately, this is not the same scenario. So we have the cells that are getting popped up along the circulation, but we have these stronger bands to the south and west. And yeah, eventually, parts of our area will get south of the storm of barrel circulation, and we will see conditions improve. That will happen late tonight and through the daytime hours and the morning hours tomorrow. But in the short term, we still have a lot of very low-topped, but very unpredictable cells that are capable of producing tornadoes, including the one as we approach the 5:30 time frame that should be exiting Columbia County, I would say in the next probably 5 to 10 minutes as we get to the end of this tornado warning. And that may actually be the last tornado warning on the map in our area, at least from what I can see right now. Can't guarantee that we won't see additional ones, but just trying to garner expectations of what folks should expect from this event as it continues to unfold through the rest of the afternoon. You never really truly can know what to expect in terms of tornadoes involved with tropical systems, but with the daytime heating and the corridor of a peaked wind shear and what we call storm relative helicity in our area, this was to be generally expected, and we really kind of started looking at this on Saturday, and then especially yesterday it became even more apparent that much of our area will likely be dealing with tornadic potential, and it will probably extend at least into the early parts of the evening tonight. Here's the latest update on that circulation. I think that's actually the same.
We have a new tornado warning for Bienville Parish.
All right, so that is that cell that I was just watching.
Towards our south.
Okay. Oh, okay. So that's a completely different storm. I was not even watching. That is a very large tornado warning, and that includes the western sections of Bienville Parish. This is the third tornado warning, I believe, for the western parts of Bienville Parish this afternoon. And again, goes to kind of indicating just how much these cells and these bands train over the same areas over and over. So here's our area of rotation, our possible tornado, well outside the viewing area northeast of Pleasant Hill along I-49, but will eventually move northward. And in fact, within this band, this is another thing that we run into with tornado warnings and tropical bands. There's multiple circulations within this band that I think could produce tornadoes. There's one here, and there, and then you look to the south along this band, here, okay, let's new radar image, here, all areas that need to be monitored. There's a new tornado warning. So that that was the concern, was that those bands were starting to line up with possible tornadic activity, and therein line falls right in with it. So again, these are outside of our viewing area, but that band is moving east. So eventually our western sections will probably be included in new possible tornadic activity and tornado producing thunderstorms. On that note, a confirmed tornado has a radar confirmed tornado now headed toward the Shreveport-Bossier area. I know, outside of our viewing area, but a very highly populated spot just outside of our viewing area. Cannot stress enough that if you have friends or family traveling, please make phone calls and let them know what's going on. Still monitoring our tornado that was at once radar confirmed as it makes its way toward the Buckner and Waldo communities in far northwestern reaches of Columbia County. Also still monitoring two other cells, and like I said, Alex has been off screen for most of the day, but she's bouncing back and forth between a lot of different radar screens. I would probably dizzy you if we tried to do that here, and again, we want to focus as much on the warnings themselves as possible, but there's an area of rotation here with that cell. There's an area of rotation here with that cell. They're both moving north. Camden, please keep an eye on that. Go ahead, Alex.
Something that also we had discussed earlier, the closer to the center of a barrel that we get, the faster your wind speeds would get. This particular new warning for Bienville Parish, it's moving north, but it's also moving now at 45 miles per hour. So the closer and the inner bands of barrel that we see, they are likely to develop quicker and also move faster through your area. So you have now less time to get into your safe place.
Very good point. So again, it's closer to the storm center. The bands tend to spin a little bit faster. And with that, storm continues to move off to the north rather rapidly, and that produces the tornado concerns. New tornado warning out. This replaces the one from that expired at 5:30, but it includes, I believe that's Hempstead County, that's Nevada County, my apologies, and also includes, there's Hempstead County, but it also still includes northwestern sections of Columbia County. So this is a new tornado warning. Alex, if you want to pull up the status message on that, I'll let you read it for our folks online and on air. And again, still monitoring these two cells to the east of the storm, but again, a new tornado warning that will carry us now till 6:15 for Columbia County.
It is moving northwest, and now officially again at northwest at 35 miles per hour. And if you look at the polygon itself, it is now tilted even further more northwest than the previous ones have been. And it is near the community of Waldo. And again, this was a previously confirmed radar, not radar confirmed, but a law enforcement confirmed. And that box was purple. Now it is red. So now we're tracking and monitoring again for the potential for this tornado to make contact, or potential tornado to make contact with the ground. And as far as the potential for damage, it is still fairly a strong storm, even if you are not taking shelter necessarily due to the tornado, which I don't know why you wouldn't, but it has frequent lightning strikes, it has a strong wind gust, and it has very, very heavy downpours right now. And that's going to impact 82 near Stamps, Waldo, and those communities very shortly. And we're approaching 5:30. People are getting off of work. They're leaving to go home for the day. They're trying to get their Monday activities started for the evening. And that is not something you'd want to get caught in while you're trying to do that. So I know those communities, again, they're Stamps and Waldo and McNeil, and I believe just north of that, that's a Buckner. Those are all locations that need to take immediate shelter. And what we mean by immediate shelter is now, not in the next few minutes and not in 30 minutes. This warning goes until now 6:15 p.m. for Columbia County, Arkansas. But that doesn't mean you need to wait till 6:15 to get into your safe place. That means do it when it gets issued.
Also of note, and this is just because we have a tendency to be able to kind of follow things along with the National Weather Service, and just knowing how things operate. The National Weather Service in Shreveport is located near the Shreveport Airport, and that radar confirmed tornado is moving pretty close to the National Weather Service office. So there may be a stretch, not saying that it's happening right now, but there may be a stretch sometime soon where their responsibilities in terms of issuing warnings may get moved to a different office. You won't notice any change. It's pretty seamless, and it's usually for a short period of time, but just our neighbors and colleagues to the west may need to take shelter of that radar confirmed tornado that is headed toward Shreveport. Again, back to our storm that's moving through northwestern sections of Columbia County and eventually into Hempstead County, also into portions of Nevada County as well, which is technically outside of our viewing area. And this storm should exit our viewing area shortly, perhaps in the next 5 to 10 minutes. The downside to that is we still have another tornado warning to the south for Bienville Parish, and we're still monitoring these storms that are making their way into Ouachita County. I wouldn't be surprised if a tornado warning isn't needed at some point with that storm. A tornado has now been confirmed in Columbia County again, at least by law enforcement from what I'm seeing now. So again, this is back to being potentially a radar or even eyewitness confirmed tornado. Of course, the National Weather Service kind of verifies everything, and then they'll update things as needed. But back out to the west, this area here and this area here, moving into southern sections of Ouachita County. They are moving out of the National Weather Service in Shreveport's County warning area and entering the National Weather Service in Little Rock's County warning area. So they will now be responsible for any tornado warnings that may be needed along the Ouachita River or points northward along 79 and just to the southwest or well southwest of Camden in southern Ouachita County. And then obviously we continue to monitor with the National Weather Service in Shreveport. Again, just trying to get the best vantage point that we can from any of these storms as this possible tornado or for all intents and purposes possible radar confirmed tornado or eyewitness confirmed tornado along Highway 82. Again, a reminder, Highway 82 goes from El Dorado to Magnolia, but then it juts out to the north and west as it winds toward Texarkana. So this storm will cross the highway here shortly. I want to zoom back down to our southernmost storms. And again, the tornado warning that's in effect for Bienville Parish. There are numerous circulations. We'll switch back over to storm relative velocity, and so you can see these a little bit better. Numerous circulations that are lining up within this band. Possible tornado, possible tornado, possible tornado, and then there's probably another one just to the south of the warning polygon. These are large tornado warnings to account for multiple circulations, to be honest with you, within this very strong band that is continuing to advance eastward out from the center of Tropical Storm Beryl. Also of note, Beryl will continue to expand out more as it weakens, and those bands will move farther away. Alex has a new tornado warning now for southern sections of Ouachita County. The National Weather Service in Little Rock issuing a new tornado warning as this storm crosses the Ouachita River. This does include Camden and East Camden. I know a lot of folks that work in the industrial areas there in East Camden, some of the surrounding areas that are just getting off work. It's 5:30 in the afternoon. You're now under a tornado warning, and you're probably getting the alerts on your phone, the EAS alerts, as we are letting you know about it on the air and on Facebook Live and on our social media channels. There is our possible tornado just to the north of Smackover. Alex, do you have the status message on that?
It's moving north at only 20 miles per hour. It is part of the outermost bands of Beryl, so it's moving significantly slower than the rest of the storms that we have been tracking earlier this evening, and that's, I believe, due to it not being or having as much influence as the bands of Beryl are kind of being outstretched per se. As it continues to move almost directly north, although that polygon is shaped more towards the northwest, I believe that's being presented so due to the overall direction and shape that Beryl is moving.
Yeah, so there's our possible tornado just to the north of Smackover, north of the Union Line, and continuing to advance off to the northwest, a little bit slower than the storms closer to the storm center. Like Alex mentioned, only moving about 25 miles per hour. So now 3 active tornado warnings as we move through the 5 o'clock hour and approach the 6 o'clock hour. And again, for those that have been joining us, we've been here for a while, since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, following multiple circulations associated with possible tornadoes. Now you've seen that warning turn back purple, meaning that it is now a confirmed tornado on the ground. In this instance, it was eyewitness indicated and confirmed. And while I make a radar mistake, we can go ahead and check the other storms as they make their way northward. Again, this is Natchitoches and I-49 and Natchitoches Parish. It's outside of our viewing area, but you have multiple circulations lining up, moving north, and that also includes a possible tornado making its way toward the western sections of Bienville Parish. A few different circulations here that could produce tornadoes. So again, just kind of bringing the point home to what we've got going on across northwestern Louisiana, moving into our viewing area probably in the next few hours, but then more importantly, what we've got, the two different tornado warnings, purple meaning confirmed, red meaning indicated, both of them active now as we approach the 6 o'clock hour. I believe both until 6:15. Across southern Arkansas. So obviously the storm that is moving out of Columbia County, as it moves and crosses the border probably in the next 5 minutes or so, it's right along the county line right now. But as it moves out, we'll tend to pay less attention to it. We'll let our sister station in Little Rock kind of take over the tornado warning coverage for that particular storm. And then we will focus more so on the storm that is moving through portions. This warning does include Calhoun County, I believe, as well. Yes, until 6:15 with the storm that's headed toward Camden. Again, Camden is one of our higher populated areas. And so while we've been talking about a lot of small communities, and I know for a lot of folks that live in the bigger populated areas, they probably pay less attention to that. Now we're talking about a larger city being impacted in the Ark-La-Miss. And again, this possible tornado kind of skirted to that confirmed tornado skirted to the west of Magnolia. But we talked about the Taylor and the Lucky communities earlier, and some of these surrounding areas across Bienville Parish and Claiborne Parish and Columbia County. Now we're talking Ouachita County, just to the north of Smackover, northeast of Smackover, just east of Highway 7. And for folks that travel, this is west of Highway 167. So if you're driving from El Dorado to Little Rock on 167, you're generally fine for right now as you go through Hampton and some of the surrounding areas. But just 20, 30 miles west, we're dealing with a possible tornado to the north of Smackover. So for folks in that area, proper tornado precautions, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I'm going to step off screen for just a second, but we're going to go ahead and reset you with our live storm tracker Doppler radar, which gets the fastest radar returns. Again, we're kind of looking several, about 120 miles or so away from the radar site. So it is a little bit of a stretch, but again, getting a good look at two storms that are capable of producing tornadoes, one exiting the viewing area, one that is moving north in our viewing area through Ouachita and Calhoun counties, and then another tornado warning still in effect for western Bienville Parish. So 3 active tornado warnings in our viewing area.
There's also an area of rotation that has not been warned yet, but people are starting to pay more attention to it. It's along 79, just north of Stevens, I believe, or Stephens?
Stevens,
yep. Correct. So again, that is west of Camden, and if you are traveling again from Camden, maybe towards McNeil or towards Smackover, you shouldn't be. You should be taking your safe place. You should be at least waiting a few minutes until we're in the clear, per se. Regarding the Smackover or north of Smackover storm that's in Ouachita and Calhoun counties, that's in Arkansas, by the way. I know we have Ouachita Parish and Ouachita County. We're talking about Arkansas specifically, and also the storm off towards the west. That would potentially be in Union County, not Parish, and Louisiana and Arkansas are separate. So keep that in mind. It is important to know where you live and what county and parish you reside in, especially when we're working with a system as large as Beryl. In terms of where we're looking at for that Ouachita and Calhoun County area, Frenchport and Newport locations, it's north of Crossroads by this point. But those are both communities that should be in their safe place now. And this particular storm, it is moving slower than other storms. And we can go back to the storm, or we can take a broader look. You may notice towards Natchitoches. I know it's not quite towards our area yet, but compare the length of those tornado warnings to the ones in southern Arkansas. That's because the inner bands are moving fairly quicker than the ones towards the north. 45 versus 35 and even 20. That's a fairly large difference when it comes to your storm speeds. So the warning boxes have to account for how quickly the storm may be moving. those radar echoes that we were seeing are already halfway up the box near Natchitoches, and that's headed towards Bienville Parish, versus the storm just north of Smackover hasn't moved maybe in 2 radar scans by much. And that's what we're tracking and seeing across the area. Regarding the storm again in Calhoun and Washita counties, the next areas that would need to per se pay more attention, you should be paying attention anyway if you're in these areas, would be Camden and East Camden. It's moving only at 20 miles an hour. We can get an estimate that it would be in those areas by about 6:09 to 6:10. So you have a little while, but I wouldn't take all of those minutes to get there. It's better be safe than sorry than getting into your safe place.
Yeah, and on that note, go ahead and charge your cellular devices. You know, make sure that you have a way of receiving information in the event that the power goes out. And while we're on that, you can see the tornado warning for Calhoun and Washita counties. The tornado warning for Columbia County. That storm is slowly but surely progressing out of our viewing area, and to be honest with you, we'll be really happy to see it go. And we're also seeing a few of the other tornado warnings to the south and west trimmed up and kind of cleaned up a little bit, so we can kind of keep better tabs of what's going on. For those that are watching on air right now, there's our possible tornado headed toward Camden. Here's our possible tornado that was confirmed at one point, moving off to the north and west. And it looks as though we've switched to a different radar mode, so we may have to kind of lean on the National Weather Service in Little Rock a little bit more. But yeah, and with that latest radar image, you can see a really strong area of those bright colors right along the Calhoun-Washita County line in southern Arkansas. And as Alex mentioned, we're talking southern Arkansas. We're not talking Washita Parish. We're talking Washita County. And as she mentioned, the Frenchport communities and some of the surrounding areas are the ones that are going to be impacted. A reminder also that a tornado warning is in effect for Bienville Parish. That storm has a ways to go before it moves into our area, but we'll keep an eye on it too.
And as we continue to track the outer bands of the storm, these areas are starting to enter, per se, a less favorable environment regarding your summertime diurnal cycle, because the sun is starting to set. It's not quite setting, but your daytime heating is slowing. It's not stopped yet. We still have a little bit of heat left, per se, to gather, but the storms that were previously festering off of the abundant atmospheric energy, as well as the energy and atmospheric conditions of Beryl, the overall mixing of those two will not be quite as abundant the closer we get and after we pass sunset. And that's also something that we will track as the evening continues. But as far as the innermost band, the one that has past the Toledo Bend area and is in the Natchitoches region, and including the tornado warning that's including Bienville Parish, those storms are moving fast. They're moving quite quick. So although Bienville Parish, it's not quite in your area yet, it will be in the near future. And also, that being said, those flash flood watches and warnings, they're also likely to get extended eastward as those inner bands start to move eastward as well, due to the torrential downpours that are associated with tropical systems in general, as we continue to monitor, again, not just your tornado warnings, but overall severe weather activity regarding Beryl and its overall intensity. The good news, again, regarding it is inside, per se, west of that innermost band, it looks that overall activity looks to be just thunderstorm related.
All right, so we are approaching the 6 o'clock hour, and we've been joining you for most of the afternoon with these tornadic thunderstorms. I can now say with some pretty solid confidence that our Columbia County storm has finally exited the viewing area. That tornado looks to be more into Nevada and Hempstead counties, moving toward Hope along I-30, and so we can start to say goodbye to the radar or the eyewitness confirmed tornado as it's moved out of our area. So for folks in Columbia County, as we start to mention you less and less and less, that's a good thing, and that means that the storm has cleared that area. You are still under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight, so we can't really say with a whole lot of confidence that you're done for the night. In fact, I can't say it with any confidence because we've got that big line that's set to move through. Our main focus now is this Ouachita County storm and also the storm immediately to its west as it moves deeper into southern Arkansas. This storm will eventually exit the viewing area. Ouachita County is our northwesternmost county in our coverage area. So once it exits Ouachita County, that would be a plus. But then we'd end up having to deal with the band of tornado warnings off to the south and west as well. So it's a very messy radar in terms of what's going on, but also for folks that have been following us or maybe have just hopped on and want to know what's happening in terms of Monroe, West Monroe, and some of the surrounding areas. What about Farmerville and some of these spots? Keep in mind that Union Parish is under a tornado watch, and that there are some areas that farther eastward haven't seen a lot of activity, but are currently under tornado watches. In fact, I'm going to hit the reset button on everything so we can kind of get a full scope of what's going on across the region. And as you can see, that new band of storms moving in, it's looking more and more menacing. And now we need to start paying closer attention to the Bienville Parish storm as it starts to approach the southwestern most parts of Bienville Parish. And I'll be honest, I don't see a whole lot in this particular storm, and it could be cycling and getting ready for another round of activity. Back to the south near Natchitoches, that is a very long tornado warning that was meant to kind of cover multiple circulations within that storm. Real quickly, I'm going to pop up the tornado watch just to drive the point home of who's under the immediate threats. If you're in red, county-wise, you're under a tornado watch. So Union Parish and Union County and those areas, points westward, you're under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. Ouachita, Calhoun, Bradley, and Drew counties. In South Arkansas, you're under a tornado watch until midnight tonight. So I just wanted to pop that up on the screen just briefly for folks that may be just joining us or looking for a little bit more detailed information in that regard. Our main concerns, at least in the short term, are this Ouachita County storm as it approaches Camden. It will approach Camden. It's right along the Ouachita River currently, but should approach Camden, I would say, in the next 10 minutes or so. And actually, probably, let's say the next 5 minutes. And you folks need to be in your safe place now. Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. The shear products are a little bit messier on screen, but I also want to acknowledge the fact that the National Weather Service and Little Rock's radar is seeing this storm at about 8,000 feet. So not the best vantage point for any radar. Even our radar is looking at this storm at about 7,000 feet and kind of struggling to see what's happening at the low levels of the atmosphere.
So areas like Camden and East Camden, again, it's 5:51 p.m. This warning goes out until 6:15 p.m. So you may have not been watching the weather while you're at work the last hour or so at work. You may just be getting off or about to head home, or you may have neighbors that you know that are elderly that may not pay attention. Give them a call. Make sure they know what's happening across the area, especially in Camden, East Camden. And with that being said, the storm is moving a little bit quicker, about 5 miles per hour faster than it was in the previous update. So now it's not moving at 20, it's moving at 25 miles per hour, but it's still going northwest. It's moving more north than northwest, but again, that just goes to show the nature of these storms. They will continue to move faster the closer that you get to the center of what is considered barrel, and that's what we're seeing again closer to the Natchitoches, Bienville, Toledo Bend region. But that can also be applied to some of these outer band storms like the one that we're seeing in Ouachita County and in Calhoun County. And I also want to draw attention to the storm just off towards the west. I believe it's just crossing 278 now. It has a weaker area of rotation. It does not have a warning, but it has been highlighted per se as something to pay attention to over the next few minutes.
Okay, so again, kind of bringing everything back full circle as you take a look at the live storm tracker Doppler radar in its entirety. A new tornado warning has just been issued for portions of Natchitoches Parish. This does not include our viewing area, but just want to bring attention to it that this band is starting to knock on the door of our viewing area. And so southwestern parishes, Wynn, Grant, Bienville, all of you folks that have already seen quite a bit of activity today, you've got more headed your way, and you're going to need to pay very close attention to it. Elsewhere, and I'm switching between a lot of different radar modes, my apologies. You could also see other cells southeast of Alexandria, other stuff that's approaching Ruston. There's not much to say about those right now, but again, you can't really take your eye off anything in a pattern like today because of the fast developing nature of tornadoes in an atmosphere that is basically unlimited in its how much moisture it has to feed these storms. So they're not going to run out of water, and that leads to the other concerns about potential flash flooding across the area as we go through the rest of the evening.
If we have any good news to offer, though, areas like Shreveport and Marshall that had warning after warning after warning, and that's what's prompted to have warnings further in our area, it's significantly quieter. But now they're receiving a lot of rainfall. So again, the whole purpose with tropical systems is to think ahead. So now areas like in northwestern Louisiana that just received per se tornado warnings, what is next? Well, it's heavy rainfall. So if you do have storm damage in your area, I still wouldn't go out and travel because you don't want power lines or trees down to mix with water on the road. Those are things to consider with your tropical systems, and that's also what you have to think about. As the evening continues tonight, as the sun goes down, you have less light to actually see what's going on. And even as we progress into early tomorrow morning for areas in Arkansas, because Beryl is moving northeastward at approximately 16 miles per hour, which, if my memory stands correct, that's not very slow.
No, it's moving relatively quickly, yeah. Anything over, 10 to 15, anything over 10 miles an hour is a pretty decent pace for a tropical system. 15 to 20, now it's really picking up the pace, and that means that it will hold on to some type of intensification and some type of strength a little bit longer. That's why it's still a tropical storm this far inland, but also it is starting to turn to the northeast, which does show signs of weakening with this storm. Just switching back over to the storm as it approaches East Camden and kind of the areas sandwiched in between. I just want to stress to folks that I know there's a lot of folks that perhaps work in East Camden and live in Camden or vice versa. Just please be sheltered, and while this area of rotation has looked a little bit better in previous scans, it's just not safe enough at this point to sit here and say with any foregone certainty and with any conclusion that that tornado has dissipated. And along with that, as I mentioned a lot today over the last 4 hours, that tropical systems ebb and flow in their intensity, and so these storms will kind of come and go, and that's why we've seen warnings and then new warnings on top of the warnings and things of that nature as we've gone through the afternoon. But again, Camden and East Camden and points in between need to keep an eye on this storm as it continues to approach Highway 79 and really just a higher populated area in southern Arkansas. As we mentioned earlier, and with a little bit of good news that our Columbia County storm has now moved out of our viewing area. The bad news is it's still impacting somebody, but it's no longer our problem in our viewing area. And also, as we take a closer look at some of these additional thunderstorms, there are still other areas of subtle rotation across the region. And this cell right here, right along the state line, is one of them. And I haven't seen much from it here lately, but and also all of these little cells lining up here, all these cells down in Natchitoches Parish, these are all storms cells that are capable of producing tornadoes and are concerning at this point. So while most of the attention is being paid toward Camden and Ouachita County, there are other areas of concern within the watch area. This is one of the days out of all the days where if you're under a tornado watch, you need to be alert. Even if a warning doesn't appear imminent, you need to be in your safe. You need to be at least paying attention to the weather, and if you're under a warning, you need to be in your safe place. This area, as it approaches East Camden, continues to show that little kidney bean comma structure that is so indicative of tornadoes and tornado-producing supercells.
If we take a look back down towards the south for a second in Louisiana, towards Natchitoches, you can see that there's a lot of little notches, and it's not the same as you would think as like a frontal boundary as we were tracking previously. The areas of rotation are behind almost the lines of storms and the bands of storms, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now near Natchitoches. And right now there's 3 that we're seeing, and if this continues, the one in Natchitoches, I know it's not in our area, but again, it's important to think ahead. Again, it's hurricane season here in the Ark-La-Miss, so it's not anything new that we're seeing here and that we've been saying. But as we continue to look for it, eventually, if it continues the northeasterly track that this polygon has it as, then it will impact the southeastern portions of Bienville Parish in the next hour or so. And that's just something to keep an eye on. And in particular, the one that includes Bienville Parish, western Bienville Parish, it is not in that area yet, but where it is currently located is just south of Hall Summit. So those are all locations that we're also tracking in Louisiana specifically. But if we go back to southern Arkansas, again, we have 2 areas that we're tracking, both Louisiana and Arkansas. Mississippi is pretty quiet right now. But in Camden, it would be in south of Camden and East Camden. In the last radar scan that I have seen, it's taking a more northerly track than northwesterly track from the latest radar in the last scan that we're seeing. And it also doesn't seem to be quite as an organized couplet as it originally did when the warning first got issued, but that doesn't mean you don't need to take your safe place. You need to be taking your safe place immediately when these warnings get issued, because on a normal situation, like a tornado situation or a tropical scenario, they're typically fast and quick spin-ups. The tornado warnings that we've been covering, like the one that we covered previously in Webster Parish, per se, for example, that we covered for almost 90 minutes and got confirmed 3 times, that's not normal. The ones that we're seeing in the Camden, East Camden area, that is more of a quick spin-up that we're likely to see on these outer bands of tropical systems. But as we look back towards the Texas and Louisiana border, that's closer to the center of Beryl. And what that means is your wind speeds are going to increase the closer that you get to the center of rotation. But also, as Beryl continues to move inland, it will also interact with land itself, meaning friction with the land will kind of tear apart the storm, so it will likely broaden and weaken in scale as the evening progresses into early tomorrow morning. So those storms on the outer bands will likely be slower than the storms that are in your inner bands. So if you know that you are residing, per se, closer to the center of Beryl in the western parishes and counties, you need to take your safe place a lot faster than, per se, areas in southern Arkansas.
So think about it this way: closer to the storm center, closer to Beryl's center, act rapidly. And if you move farther away from Beryl center, well, you still need to act quickly, but the storms will be moving somewhat slower. So again, all of this to say, as you take a look at the latest shear product in Camden and to the southeast of Camden, that circulation is not quite as definitive as it was earlier. And I'm actually in a different, I'm on the National Weather Service in Shreveport's radar. Little Rock's radar has a little bit better look at it. As you see, this storm now approaching East Camden, I can't, again, say with a whole lot of confidence that a tornado is not imminent, especially the fast-moving nature and the fast-developing nature of a lot of these storms. But just want to stress that that the rotation is still there in some form. The National Weather Service just kind of cleaned up that tornado warning, and they kept it. If they didn't have confidence that a tornado wasn't imminent or possible, they would have canceled that tornado warning. So let's switch back over very quickly, and I'll join you back on screen. We go back to the National Weather Service radar in Shreveport and taking a quick check of, we do have technically a tornado warning out for Bienville Parish. That goes until 6:15, and we really haven't seen a whole lot in terms of rotation there. But as you look at this large tornado warning that encompasses a good chunk of Natchitoches Parish from I-49 and it crosses 71 and it moves toward Wynn Parish, there's two different circulations within that storm that could possibly produce a tornado. And that's why that tornado warning is so large in aerial coverage, and it's kind of in an elongated tornado warning. It's kind of covering two different possible circulations. So there's a lot, as we mentioned, a lot of moving pieces. Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, that's also because the storm is moving fairly fast as well. It has a lot of space to cover.
All right, so latest information on that Bienville Parish possible tornado is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 9 miles south of Ringgold, 25 miles northeast of Mansfield, moving north at 30 miles per hour. So again, Ringgold, Hall Summit, and some of the surrounding areas, and then eventually into far southwestern reaches of Bienville Parish. And on a housekeeping note, the Columbia County tornado warning has been canceled, and we had mentioned that tornado had moved outside of our viewing area a while back. So just of note, if you are in Columbia County, you are currently no longer under a tornado warning, but you are still under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. For the rest of southern Arkansas, Union County, you're until 10 p.m. Tornado watches for Ouachita, Bradley, Calhoun, and Drew counties. They go until midnight. And again, that 10 o'clock tornado watch also includes Union Parish, Lincoln Parish, and everybody to the west and southwest. It does not include Monroe, West Monroe, but it does include some of those surrounding areas, so especially to the west. So just please make note of that. You take a look at the storm relative velocities, and I'll switch back over to our traditional normal radar mode that we're all typically a little bit more used to seeing. And again, our radar has shrunk down a little bit in power just so we can see basically everything else that's happening in terms of velocity. Still some heavy downpours and some strengthening in the banding across portions of northern Louisiana. Nothing imminent in terms of a tornado, but areas of rotation will be monitored. And again, tornadoes could form rather quickly. But the periods of heavy rain along I-20 are probably going to make travel very difficult for now folks west of Ruston. And on that note, we take a look at these cell structures again. And as this band starts to pick up in intensity a little bit, you start seeing a lot of these little tail end structures. All of these little areas have to be monitored for potential tornadic development. I know it doesn't seem like much on radar. I have said that a lot over the last 4 hours flat that we've been on television with you, but it won't take much for a storm to produce tornadic characteristics in this tropical environment that we are currently seeing. The new tornado warning has now been issued from northern sections of Ouachita County. In fact, a storm that looked considerably weaker earlier, now warranting a new tornado warning that will carry us until, I believe, 6:45 now for northern sections of Ouachita County. So Camden, East Camden, and points farther northward. Alex, do you have the information on that?
I do. It's near Cullendale or 7 miles east of Camden, moving north at 20 miles per hour.
Okay, so moving relatively slowly, but Camden, East Camden, and a lot of the surrounding areas, you need to be in your safe place now. Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors, this area right here. And then there's another spot of rotation out to the east of it as well. So again, while the radar continues to get messy, actually it looks like false return off to the east. But there's our possible tornado, basically right along the Ouachita River and making its way northward. That's a new scan from the National Weather Service and Little Rock's radar. So this is our #1 concern right now. It is firmly in our viewing area. Of note also, again, a reminder that we do have a tornado warning active for far western reaches of Bienville Parish, bottom part of your screen there. And again, that's We've got probably 5 or 10 more minutes before that possible tornado moves in. And again, we're bouncing back and forth. It was a lot easier earlier today because we had all of our tornado warned storms kind of under one radar view, and they were all close together. Now we're starting to see them spread out, and so we're having to cover a lot of ground across the viewing area. There's our possible tornado to the southwest of Ringgold. Will be entering Bienville Parish, I would say in the next 5 minutes, probably sooner, probably the next 2 or 3 minutes. So for folks in Bienville Parish, you've been under multiple tornado warnings through the course of the day. I wouldn't be surprised if another tornado warning is not needed as these circulations move out of Natchitoches Parish farther eastward in the county. But just a reminder that you're under a tornado warning. You should have been sheltered a good 20 or 30 minutes ago. That was a large tornado warning that stretched all the way down to Coshada and farther southward. And so if you're in these areas, you should have been in your safe place a while ago. Back to the Camden tornado, or the possible Camden tornado, as it now starts to stretch north and east of Camden. Still right along Highway 79 and generally pretty close to the Ouachita River at this point. As it continues off to the north and east, I'll switch to a different radar mode again, as I know this is probably pretty mind-numbing to continue to go back and forth to all these different radar modes, but we have to switch to the best vantage point that we have. And with this storm, again, in Camden and East Camden, there's also still this area off to the west along the western sides of Ouachita County that is also showing signs of rotation. So Camden, East Camden, you've had 20-30 minutes of lead time. We've been watching this storm for a while now, but the warnings have been out for a good 10-15 minutes or so. Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Lowest level. If you have a 2-story home, get to the lowest level. Think an interior hallway, bathroom, closet. Grab a pillow or helmet. Put some shoes on and protect yourself from flying debris. These tornadoes develop rather rapidly, and this tornado warning, and to be honest with you, didn't look overly strong about 2 or 3 scans ago, and has started to kind of cycle back up. Those bolder, brighter colors showing the stronger winds, and again, still showing that possible area of rotation to the west, and we'll continue to keep an eye on that as well. A lot of different moving pieces, and we continue to acknowledge that as well as we bring you all this severe weather coverage as we go through the day. I believe our live storm tracker Doppler radar is in a calibration mode. It'll come back in just a second. It calibrates every 10 minutes, so it's just making sure that the image that you're getting is accurate, and so there it goes, reappearing back on the screen. We have started to see, Alex, a little bit of a downward trend in the overall quantity of tornadoes, just the sheer number of tornado warnings. We had, I believe, 12 or 13 at one point earlier today. At last check, the National Weather Service in Shreveport had issued 56 different tornado warnings so far today associated with Tropical Storm Beryl. I hope that kind of drives the point home as to how active of a day this has been, especially for neighbors just to the west of our viewing area. We've just really seen the eastern outer fringes of all of this activity as it continues to unfold across the region. Like I said, Alex, it looks like we're starting to see a little bit of a downward trend as we start to lose daytime heating. We're approaching 6, 7. We start getting towards sunset. The air is starting to cool. We don't have as much instability. It's not just going to completely disappear, but it's kind of a taper down effect. And so we're losing a lot of that instability in the environment. And to be honest with you, that probably has a little bit to do with the more limited number of tornado warnings that we have at this hour.
We also, just a side note, the center of the circulation of Beryl is starting to approach the I-20 corridor in East Texas. The pressure is starting to drop in the Shreveport area, so that just hints home that the center of the rotation of Beryl itself is starting to move further northeastward. And as it continues to do so, in general, the storms are expected to further deteriorate, and also that will be helped by the lack of daytime heating as the sun continues to go down. Really, after the sun fully sets closer to the 10 p.m. midnight time frame, when a lot of those tornado watches start to expire, that's when we can fully expect things to be on the quiet side. But in general, we have seen a decline of your activity. But also on that note, behind a lot of these storms where you see those flash flood warnings that are still in effect, there's a lot of saturation in the atmosphere in general. And again, this is tropical systems will have a lot of saturation in the atmosphere, which in turn, you can have too much of a good thing. And I know you have to have heat and moisture and instability, but too much of one of those ingredients can hurt your overall instability. in your development of severe weather rather than help it. And that may also be what we're seeing here closer to the Longview and Shreveport locations. And that's likely what we're going to see as we continue to track Beryl's movement northeastward as the night continues.
Yeah, and bear with me as I kind of rapid fire from a lot of different radar vantage points, but this area right here, well, now we of course get a new radar scan as soon as I draw but this area right here, it's on the outer fringes of our tornado watch area: Lincoln Parish, Union Parish, Jackson Parish. I'm not saying a tornado is imminent in these areas, but this is an area that we'll have to watch in the next hour to hour and a half to see how that kind of unfolds. If there's any kind of environment to work with, I wouldn't be surprised to see tornado warnings from that type of activity. But it really just depends on what ingredients are left and how much they can really feed into those cells as we go deeper into and we had tornado warnings yesterday. There was one in Rapides Parish earlier yesterday. As we lose daytime heating, and I know we keep kind of harping on this, but eventually we're going to get to a point where a lot of the storm intensities start to subside a little bit. And while that may not necessarily be imminent, it may not be happening here in the very, very short term, but that's kind of the one thing that we're hanging our hat on, is that eventually this storm's going to get out of our area. So let's go back to, as you see the tornado warnings that are moving through northern sections of Ouachita County, that goes until 6:45. The tornado warned storm in Bienville Parish, I got to be honest, I don't really see anything going on with this, at least in the warning polygon. And again, I'm not overly concerned that a tornado has formed in that Bienville Parish storm. Now, the Natchitoches Parish circulations may be a smidge weaker than they were, but I wouldn't be surprised if a tornado warning may be needed in that general area. And then also another little spot, this area here just to the south of Magnolia in Columbia County. And you can probably see my little arrow circling it. I'll go ahead and put this area right here. Again, doesn't look like much, but when you put the velocities mode, there's that little dead zone in the brighter shades of green, perhaps indicating a little bit of organization. A little too early to go into a lot of speculation beyond that, but again, just a piece of information that we just need to pass along for folks that are in that area as we go through the rest of the afternoon. We are now past, we're approaching 6:15. Just a quick scan of our tornado warnings. We have one tornado warning out until 6:45. The bottom tornado warning, that first tornado warning for Camden, is going to be allowed to expire at 6:15. But again, there's a new warning to take its place until 6:45. That circulation not quite as strong as it was earlier, but again, interest north of Camden and in northern sections, north central sections of Ouachita County, be on alert for that storm.
I should say we're getting a lot of people, I've been just popping in and out of the Facebook live stream. If we haven't mentioned your area, it's because it is not per se important right now. I shouldn't say it's not important, but if we haven't,
you're not getting anything.
You're not seeing anything. Areas of Monroe, you're not even seeing rainfall at this time. If you are east of Monroe, both north and south, you are not seeing active weather. So that's why we're paying attention to areas in southern Arkansas like Camden, or even in Natchitoches, because it will eventually impact areas like Bienville Parish. And that's why we have been harping on this for so long. We have had numerous instances where we have radar confirmed, spotter confirmed, law enforcement confirmed tornadoes by now. So again, that's why we are keeping our eyes on the tornado warnings and not the entire Ark-La-Miss as of this hour.
So, to put this in a better perspective, we just mentioned areas in Ruston and some of the surrounding areas. We just mentioned this area. We circled it, and we mentioned there's a new tornado warning. So before I even finish that point, we just circled that area as a point of interest that we need to keep an eye on. That's our way of saying, hey, you guys need to start paying closer attention to what's going on. For folks in Monroe and West Monroe and points eastward, I'm going to be honest, Alex and I are are hounding the radar at this point, and while she's dodging in and out of the Facebook Live to read comments and check on things, to be honest with you, we're focused on this. And so we try to answer questions if they seem relevant at the task at hand. But if we haven't mentioned you, Crossett, Hamburg, Monticello, Tallulah, Rayville, a lot of these areas, it's because you're not seeing anything yet. Now, on that note, much of southern Arkansas is under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight, or midnight tonight, so you may see something later, but you're not seeing anything right now. New tornado warning issued for a very similar area, southwestern sections of Columbia County. Do you have any information on this one, Alex?
No, we don't have a new update on that.
Well, it's going to be pretty easy to pinpoint because I mean it's right there, just east of the Taylor community. And if you remember, there was a radar confirmed tornado that kind of passed through these areas, or at least close to these areas, here in the last hour or so. So the Walkerville community, here's Western and Plainfield. They just had that same circulation move over maybe an hour and a half ago. So again, same folks. Safe place, interior portion of your home. This is our possible tornado, and this is our new tornado warning, our newest tornado warning in our viewing area, and it goes until 7 o'clock. So as we as we approach the top of the next hour, we will at least have this tornado warning to deal with moving through western sections of Columbia County.
The communities would be Harmony, Walkerville, and Plainfield.
Harmony, Walkerville, and Plainville. Also of note, and again, just kind of switching back and forth between a lot of different radar vantage points, and we will probably get the closer look at some of this activity, but we do have some areas within some of these cells. So now I'll go ahead and say for folks in Ruston and Grambling, there is a cell headed your way that does not have a tornado warning with it yet, but has at times exhibited some signs of rotation. Again, not saying that to scare anybody, and there's also a good chance that cell passes without a warning being issued, but there's also a chance that a warning could be issued with it. As you take a look at that curl at the back end, that's the concerning part. So we'll keep an eye on that storm as we continue to address all of the other ones that are unfolding across the area. Again, the newest tornado warning, as you take a look at the live storm tracker Doppler radar, is the one in Columbia County. But let's go back to the Ouachita County storm real quick.
We do have a new tornado warning coming out for Ruston and Grambling.
Okay, so real quickly, while we're waiting on that warning to pop up on the map, let's go to our Ouachita County storm, which looks kind of disheveled as we look, and it looks a little bit weaker on the radar screen. So that's a little bit of positive news in that regard. Here's our possible tornado moving through western sections of Union County. There's the Camden tornado. I'll go ahead and zoom back to this storm right here, and this is going to probably have a new tornado warning issued with it. There it is. This includes Ruston and Grambling. So here's your call to action for folks in fact, does it include Ruston proper, or is it just west of Ruston? It's close enough.
It's 8 miles south of Grambling, to be specific, and it's moving north at 50 miles per hour.
Okay, very fast moving, 50 miles an hour. If you didn't hear Alex, not a confirmed, a radar indicated tornado. Tornado warning now out for Lincoln and Jackson parishes. I believe that includes Bienville as well, until 6:45 tonight. So again, here's our possible tornado here making its way northward along I-20. Should cross I-20 near Grambling probably in the next 10 minutes or so. If you have, I know it's the middle of summertime, there may be not as many students on campus for whatever reason at Grambling or Louisiana Tech, but if you have a student at Grambling, or maybe somebody that's undergoing like summer camps and things of that nature. I know it's 6:30 at night and a lot of that stuff's not going on, but if you're in Grambling for whatever reason, you need to be sheltered. And if you're along I-20, you need to be finding shelter. If you're driving from Monroe westward toward Ruston and Grambling and some of those areas, pull over. Wait for this storm to pass. Again, moving very quickly at about 50 miles per hour. Again, I can't really spend too much time on any particular storm on our radar screen just because there's so much going on at this point, but I do want to go and zoom into this one and take a closer look at some of the streets associated with it. There's Grambling, Ruston, here's Highway 80, and you can see Old State Road, Pleasant Hill, the Woodville community, here's Clay and Ansley, and these are areas along Highway 167. So this red line right here is Highway 167. But back out to the west, you can see the Pleasant Hill community, Old State Road, I believe that's Drigsby Road, and some of the areas associated with this possible tornado. Here's Grambling, the top part of your screen. Highway 80 dips just to the south of I-20 in these areas. Simsboro is also under the tornado warning. Areas in western portions of Ruston. I know east of Ruston, you're technically not under the tornado warning, but you want to be in your safe place now. This is the newest of, I believe, 3 active tornado warnings in our viewing area. There's also these additional little cells. I know, again, I acknowledge the fact that they don't look like much on radar, but it won't take much for a tropical cell to start spinning in the environment that we have currently. Additionally, we have this other line of thunderstorms that's moving in, kind of one of the final bands, if you will, associated with Tropical Storm Beryl. The conditions improve pretty dramatically back out to the west. Yes, it's breezy, but the rain tapers off rather rapidly once you get behind these storms. But these lines will have to eventually make their way through our area. What kind of environment they have to work with, we'll just have to wait and see. And as the warnings continue to get issued, we'll just continue to relay the information. And so we'll start from north to south. This is the tornado warning out for Ouachita County. And I know folks, as more tornado warnings pop up on the map, folks get a little bit more anxious and they want more time spent on their particular area. I acknowledge that, but everybody's important, so we've got to cover all areas. So northeast of Camden, exiting Ouachita County probably in the next 10 minutes or so, and that one will exit our viewing area, and we'll pass that off to the National Weather Service, the National Weather Service in our sister station in Little Rock. Here's another possible tornado, and this circulation looks pretty organized, to be honest with you. South and east of Highway 371 will cross 371 in a very similar area to one of our earlier thunderstorms, and then back out to the south and east. Our area of rotation associated with the Lincoln-Jackson Parish storm is crossing the Lincoln-Jackson line currently, and I'll switch back over to our live storm tracker Doppler radar, which will have the best look at this storm, and we'll also have the most recent look at this storm as it continues to move to the north and east. And again, it's kind of tough to see, but you can see the shear rates associated with it on the leading edge as this storm continues to now make its way close to Highway 80. And we'll go ahead and stick with this for an extended period of time for just a second. As you can see, Simsboro and Grambling and crossing I-20 here shortly is our possible tornado. Let's go back to our reflectivities mode, our normal traditional radar screen that you would normally see on a daily basis. And there's what we're talking about, to the south of Highway 80 and I-20, making its way northward at 50 miles per hour. It's moving very quickly, about as fast as you could drive on a highway. So get to your safe place now. Go ahead, Alex.
It'll be at Grambling or near Grambling in less than 10 minutes, which means if you are traveling through campus or along I-20 corridor, that means, again, not only are we tracking the tornado warning, but it's packing some pretty hefty winds with the storm itself. So high-profile vehicles, anybody traveling on I-20, you need to either get off the road or give them extra space, especially if you reside near, even within the vicinity of that tornado warning, not even necessarily in that tornado warning.
These little low top things we'll have to monitor for possible rotation. And again, hopefully, as we work deeper into the evening and we start to see daytime heating kind of shrink down, that will become less of a concern or less of an issue. But in the short term, we have numerous tornado warnings and then another menacing line segment that will eventually move into our area that has a history of producing tornadic circulations. We could pop up Alex's links too, and I'll let her talk about that Lincoln Parish storm.
So the storm in Lincoln Parish, again, we had tracked it just south of the I-20 corridor. As of the latest run of the radar, is moving fairly quickly, faster than most of the storms that we have tracked so far. So it'll impact the Grambling area by 6:30. It is 6:26. So you have mere minutes to get into your safe place. You need to do it now and not in the next minute or two. You need to do it as soon as you can. As we continue to monitor this, the area of rotation again is south of the I-20 corridor, and it looks like it will impact the areas in between Simsboro and Grambling. If we go even further into, so Pleasant Hill, Woodville, Old State Road, Works Road, Barnett Springs, those are all locations as well. If you know somebody that resides and has not been per se paying attention to the weather this evening, it hasn't pushed this far east so far as of today has progressed. This is one of the furthest east tornado warnings and storms that we have tracked so far. So if you know someone that hasn't been paying attention to the weather, give them a call, because again, you have less than 5 minutes now to get into your safe place. If you don't know what that is, if you know that you have someone in a dorm, or if you're watching this on Facebook and you're taking classes in a summer dorm, go downstairs, go to the bottom level of whatever building you reside in, and get into a bathroom. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your vicinity and the outside as possible, because the more that you have between you and outside, the safer that you will be. And that's what we're tracking as the evening continues. Not only are we tracking this Lincoln Parish storm, as it will eventually, which got a new radar scan update, it's moving directly north. We're also tracking other storms in the area. The storm near Natchitoches was canceled, so now this one storm just south of Bienville Parish does have a couplet associated with it, so that will also have to be monitored as it gets closer to being pushed back into Bienville Parish. And not only are we tracking those two, but we have more in southern Arkansas, notably in an area that had already seen a confirmed tornado. Areas like, again, in Harmony and Walkerville. It's already past Walkerville, but just southwest of Hunt. Those are all places that, again, you have already seen this warning. You should know where to go. It's rinse and repeat.
Alex, go to the Lincoln Parish storm. Let's focus on that here in the short term.
So it's going to pass the I-20 corridor again in the next 5-10 minutes, if that, as we continue to monitor it. And as we continue to pass see radar scans, we can actually look at our very own radar. And we can also see, again, the greens and the reds. That's what we're seeing a mix here. And that white bar there, that is the radar scan that we're seeing. That'll pass every 60 seconds. And as it's continuing to push further north, it is moving relatively quickly in comparison to other locations. So if we look at our own radar here, we can look at Shreveport's radar. Notice again, the storm is right here. The couplet is just now passing or about to pass 80. So it's impacting the Pleasant Hill community, which means Grambling, you need to be in your safe place. After Grambling, that will be the I-20 corridor. Barnett Springs, you're not out of the woodworks yet either. And past that, State Road 544, Simmons Road, Russellville Road, Simsboro, those are all locations that are near this area of rotation that you need to be in your safe place. I'll circle it for you so you can see it better. It's where these two colors mix. If you don't know where to go, if you're a college student watching this, I know it's summer, but summer classes happen. Go to the bottom level of whatever building you're in. Go into the bathroom or an area that does not have any exterior walls or windows. Put as many walls between you and outside as you physically can, because that is what that's what will keep you safe as this continues to push further north. And it's moving again fast. You don't have time to really move into the area. We just got a new update with it. And it is not confirmed. It is not a confirmed tornado. That's why it is a red box instead of a purple box like we saw. It is currently over Grambling. It is moving still at 50 miles per hour, 50. That's the fastest storm that we have tracked so far this evening. And as it continues to move further north, again, this warning goes out until 6:45 p.m. So Vienna, you're on the edge of this warning box here. In Simsboro, you are also quite close to this area rotation. But areas that are further north, if it's moving directly north at 50 miles per hour, we can see again past the I-20 corridor, that is Russell Road, Liberty Hill, Simmons Road. Those are all areas that need to get into your safe place. But Grambling, Martin Luther King needs to be in your safe place. Gangham Road, Barnett Springs, Rogers Road, Work Road. You need to be in your most interior room, away from any windows. And we have seen this couplet tighten up rather quickly. Again, this storm is moving at a pace that is faster than some of the other storms that we have seen across the area. And this is not something you want to drive through. If you know someone that's going from, per se, Arcadia to Grambling, or Shrewsbury to Arcadia, or even Ruston to Shreveport this hour, call them. Tell them to pull over at a gas station, not under an overpass. That's not what you should do. And make sure that they know what's happening, because further east, it's quiet. Things are not happening. But the further west you go, and that's what we're seeing here, that is what we're tracking as we see it passing the 80, and now it seems to be passing, again with the latest scan, the I-20 corridor. So this is again for Lincoln Parish, Louisiana, and this will continue to go northward, and eventually it'll cross a State Road 544 and Russell Road as well. So Martin Luther King Road, if you know anybody that lives in Grambling or around Grambling or Grambling Corners or Simsboro, give them a call, make sure that they're okay. This is not a confirmed tornado, but this is a pretty strong couplet. Even in Cooktown, or in Antioch, and Liberty Hill is further north and northwest of the storm as it continues to push northward at, again, 50 miles per hour, which is not a lot of time. It does not give you time to get into your safe place. It took less time to pass the I-20 corridor and get to Grambling than some of our radar estimates. It was radar estimated to get to Grambling at 6:30. It got there about 2 minutes before that. So again, that just goes to show that you need to be in your safe place quicker than what some of the radar estimates need or tell you to. Why it's so important to be there as soon as that warning really gets issued for any area, regardless if it's if you're on the top of the polygon or if you're on the further side of the polygon. That's why it's so important to be in your safe place as soon as you physically can. And also make sure that your friends or family that you may live in or may not know about also know where to go in regards to this tornado warning along the I-20 corridor as we continue to monitor it as it continues to move northward. And if we take a step back and we can look at it on reflectivity, the overall structure of the storm doesn't look quite as robust as it did previously, but on reflectivity, it doesn't necessarily hint at the rotation that it does on velocity. That's the couple that we're looking for on the greens and the reds, and that's your wind directions that are moving away and towards your radar. And it's also important to note where your radar is, which we're using, or I'm currently using the Shreveport radar, which is off towards the west. And that's what we're seeing right now as it is crossing the I-20 corridor. And now it's going to impact the State Road 54, Russell Road, and Simmons Road. Those are all areas that need to be in their safe place. If you know people, give them a call, tell them to get there now. If you are in those areas, bring your phone with you or turn up the TV loud and go to the bathroom or hallway.
Yeah, so we've got also a new tornado warning likely forthcoming in Claiborne Parish as this band continues to kind of, for lack of a better term, flex in the area. As you take a look at, let's go back to Links 1 if we can, and we'll take a closer look at what's going on in northern Louisiana. Again, a reminder, we have 2 active tornado warnings right now, one for Columbia County, western Columbia County, and look at that rotation, and again, just now west of Highway 371. An area there. Obviously, we will continue to monitor that storm as it eventually crosses and out of our viewing area. But again, for right now, just along Highway 371 in southern Arkansas. The rotation associated with this storm in Lincoln Parish, perhaps not as robust and where it was earlier in terms of its associated circulation. You take a look at the storm relative velocity from the National Weather Service in Shreveport. There's our new tornado warning that's just been issued, and I'm going to step off the screen here in just a second and bring you the latest info on that. But now you can see these other clusters of thunderstorms that are starting to kind of wrap up in their own environment and produce possible tornadoes. So our new tornado warning is out for Claiborne Parish, goes all the way to the state line, goes till 7 o'clock. So it's a short-lived tornado warning in the grand scope of things, only about 24 minutes long. So we'll read all the information off. in just a second, but overall, the situation continues to unfold rapidly across much of northern Louisiana. So here's a look at, or here's just talking about the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 9 miles southeast of Homer, moving north at 50. Another storm capable of producing a tornado north of Homer, also moving north at 50. So again, this is a tornado warning that's really issued for two different situations. Two different circulations in Caldwell, in Claiborne Parish.
And again, these storms, now that they're in the centermost band of Beryl, or closer to the center of Beryl, they are going to pack stronger wind speeds and also move relatively fast in comparison to the other storms that we were tracking that were on the outermost bands of Beryl. And they are sort of using up the rest of the lingering daytime heating energy that's left in the atmosphere. Anything that the previous storms didn't use, it's ripe for the taking regarding these storms. And also, since they're further out eastward, anything that wasn't used regarding energy, now it's ample and able for them to use as well.
Also, real quick, that new tornado warning for Claiborne Parish also does include far northwestern reaches of Lincoln Parish. So Lincoln Parish technically has two different tornado warnings ongoing. Still watching these cells as they approach western Ouachita Parish. And again, I can't really describe the distinct differences in the day that has been seen across the area, where we're seeing the tornado warnings line up now from Ruston to the northwest. We haven't seen a drop of rain in some of these areas farther eastward. We also still have these little cells that continue to thrive in whatever environment that we have. And again, as Alex mentioned, most of this environment is relatively untapped. It's warm, it's humid. So while the ingredients are becoming more limited, there's still ingredients to be had with these storms as they continue to produce possible tornadoes. And so as we've been kind of painting a broader picture of what's happening across the region, let's kind of try to get as hyper-local as possible, if you will. That circulation has perhaps picked up a little bit as it's now crawled north of Grambling, west of Highway 167, which goes through Vienna-Duboc, some of the surrounding areas in Lincoln Parish, and then eventually goes up to Junction City. Here's our area of rotation, somewhat more broad and elongated as to where it was earlier, but still there. And again, cannot stress enough, if you're under a tornado warning, stay sheltered. That's the most important thing right now. Circulation 1, Circulation 2 associated with this new tornado warning through mainly Claiborne Parish. It does clip northwestern Lincoln Parish, but again, primary concerns right now are this area along Highway 79, and then another area southeast of Homer that's moving northward. They're both moving north at a very, very quick pace. Back to the Columbia County storm, and for folks that have not liked the fact that we've spent so much time talking about southern Arkansas today, mind you that half of our viewing area is southern Arkansas. So again, while we need to have compassion for everybody in the viewing area when we cover these types of severe weather events. There's our possible tornado. We'll be moving again closely to the Stamps community, which is again just outside of our viewing area, but we'll be exiting our viewing area probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So again, just trying to paint the picture of the 3 active tornado warnings. Yes, there technically is still a tornado warning in northern Ouachita County, but that storm is lifting out of our viewing area, and the tornado warning has been replaced, or is being replaced, by a severe thunderstorm warning, meaning that damaging winds are probably a bigger concern with that particular storm as opposed to any potential tornadic development. So we reset the stage. Tornado watch remains in effect for a good chunk of the area until 10 o'clock tonight. I wouldn't be surprised for folks just immediately east of this tornado watch to now be included. And I'm actually going to pop that up on the screen for those that are wondering if they're under a tornado watch. And as Alex mentioned earlier, if we haven't mentioned your community or your parish or your county frequently through the course of the day, that generally means that there's nothing happening. And so that's a good thing. And I know folks, when they're on the live streams and they want to see their area and they want to see what's happening in their, but if we're not showing your area, at least in some type of sequence, then there's probably not a whole lot happening. We try to focus on these tornado-warned storms as much as possible. There's also additional cells producing heavy rainfall across northern Louisiana. So here's the tornado watch: Union Parish, Union County, and points westward and south until 10 o'clock tonight. So that includes Columbia County, Union Parish, Claiborne Parish, Lincoln, Jackson, Wynn, Grant, and that's about it. And then as you move into southern Arkansas, the other tornado watch goes until midnight. So again, 2 different tornado watches out now for the viewing area, but 3 active tornado warnings as the storms continue to roll through the Ark-La-Miss.
That Lincoln Parish, the one towards the southeast, the Lincoln Parish tornado warning, the area of rotation now has moved over to impact the Mount Zion and Crossroads communities. So if you are residing in the Mount Zion or Crossroads community, or you know someone who resides there, make sure that they're in their safe place, because that is what that area of rotation is currently impacting. And it was just not even 5-10 minutes ago crossing the I-20 corridor.
Right.
So it just goes to show how fast this storm in particular is moving.
Yeah, 50 miles an hour. I mean, you're talking about almost highway speed, and so that's covering a lot of ground in a short period of time. And so I just want folks to continue to heed these warnings. And for those in the eastern and central sections of our viewing area that haven't seen a lot today, I'll be honest with you, consider yourself fortunate, because it's been a pretty gross day in terms of dealing with multiple tornado warnings across the region. A lot of these areas have seen, Bienville Parish has seen, I think, 5 different tornado warnings through the course of the day. Hopefully conditions will start to improve for them here soon, but they've still got an additional storm to the south. And in any area that's in the path of any storm at this point, we really can't say with any certainty that you're in the clear.
We've gone from having almost 20 tornado warnings on the screen to having only 4 at this time, so things have definitely declined in activity as the evening has progressed.
Yeah, if you've been following us since 2 o'clock this afternoon, then you've probably noticed that the downward trend in a lot of the storm coverage. But I also still just am concerned about some of these cells that are popping up now southeast of Ruston. And I'm going to switch over to our live storm tracker Doppler radar, which should get a really good vantage point. That's the other benefit about not getting rain in West Monroe, is we haven't had to deal with any kind of radar attenuation or any kind of issues in that regard. But there is an area that we'll watch. Nothing really happening right now, but anything that takes on that little comma appendage, that little hook at the bottom end, that's going to be concerning for any area as we go through the day. Not assuming that any tornado will be of any particular strength. During severe weather episodes, we talk about the possibility of violent circulations and EF3s or EF4s. We really don't talk about. We don't get into that much specifics, but you hear a lot about them. You really can't assume anything about any strength of the storm, whether it be you can't look at a radar and go, okay, that's an EF0 or that's an EF. No, it all depends on what damage it causes, and so every tornado warning is basically treated the same way. As we approach the 7 o'clock hour, again, I just want to urge and caution folks to avoid travel if you can, because these roads, these rainy conditions are starting to spread out a little bit farther eastward in our viewing area. So I just want to stress that if you can stay home tonight, highly suggest you do so. Area of rotation here, there's our tornado warning for Lincoln Parish dropping off the map as scheduled at 6:45. That's a little bit of positive news, but still an area of rotation here, and another one just to the southeast of Haynesville, and it should move close to Haynesville in Claiborne Parish here in the next, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes. Our circulation in Columbia County starting to exit the viewing area, which is also positive news. So we can start to kind of say goodbye to that cell and that tornado warning. But we still have one active tornado warning and a large cluster line of storms expanding back out to the south, and really could get tornado warnings at any point with some of this in this environment. So obviously We continue to monitor all of this in a grand scope of things, along with just the heavy rainfall associated with Tropical Storm Beryl. But our main focus, at least here in the short term, is this northern Claiborne Parish storm. So again, I'll let Alex, she's running links 2, so we could pop back over to links 2 for just a second and let her kind of pinpoint what we're dealing with in Claiborne Parish. Again, if you are in Haynesville, you need to be sheltered now. You are under a tornado warning.
So Haynesville is at the very northwestern portion of this. The area of rotation that we're tracking is just east of Homer as of this time. And the roads that it's impacting are near the Arizona, Forest Grove, and Libson communities. So State Road 2, Kidd Drive, Greer Road, Stewart Road, Hatton Town Road, in those areas, in those communities. So we just got a new scan and update, and notice its trajectory. It is moving fairly north-northwest, and that's the consensus that most of these storms have gone all day. It's moving in this general direction. That's where it will continue to do so as we continue to monitor it. So areas that are next, per se, that needs to be in the area would be Homer. You're also towards the west, but you're in the polygon, so you need to be in your safe place, as well as McKenzie. But this road right here, 9, if you know anybody that travels along 9 or is traveling or living along 9, they need to be in their safe place. That is very crucial to know where you live on a map. And as we continue to track this area rotation, there's a secondary one. It's weaker, but it's just off towards the north-northwest here, just south of Haynesville. And again, this embedded line of storms that we're seeing, the outer bands of Beryl, is what we're tracking. And this particular storm is moving, again, fairly fast. The storm is expiring at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. So we have less than 15 minutes to go. And the area rotation is already halfway through the polygon. So that's fairly impressive regarding the timing that this is going. So if you reside, again, in Haynesville or in the smaller communities here along State Road 2 in Forest Grove or in Libson or Arizona or Antioch, those locations, you need to also be in your safe place. If you have friends or family, or those of the older community who may not have Facebook Live to watch and get these faster updates, you need to call them, tell them to get into the hallway, into the bathroom, tell them to be aware of what's happening. As the evening continues, the sun is starting to set. It won't set for a little while, but we're starting to lose that daytime energy and that heating needed to sustain these storms, which is a good thing. That's why we only have a few active warnings across the entire region, but the atmosphere is still prime and has ample energy to produce these storms and areas of rotation like we're seeing. So this is for Claiborne Parish until 7 p.m. The suspected areas of rotation right now, we are seeing one larger one just east of Homer, but there's also the smaller area near the Haynesville area, and we did just get a new tornado warning for Jackson, Lincoln, and Washita, as well as Union Parish. This will cross the I-20 corridor again soon. And just to run some specs on you for a minute, it's located 13 miles northeast of Jonesboro at this time, and it's moving 40 miles per hour. Again, another quick moving storm. So if we're keeping our eyes on that, it'll cross the I-20 corridor well before the end of this warning expires. It expires at 7:30. It'll be halfway through that warning well before that time ends. So if you are in the Shudrint area, in just east of Ruston, or if you're traveling along the I-20 corridor or near 80, you need to be in your safe place. Indian Village, Cartwright, Kelly's, those are all locations, Arrows. Those are all locations that need to be in their immediate safe place due to this new tornado warning that just got issued. Again, for Washita Parish, this is in Louisiana. This is not Washita County, Washita Parish, as well as Jackson Parish, Lincoln Parish.
Just a quick scan out to the west. I'm taking a look at the tower cams just to see what we can see. And we do have a southwestward vantage point from the Glenwood tower cam. and then we have our Doppler cam, but I really don't see anything off in the distance. And to be honest with you, we're talking 30 miles from the West Monroe studios-ish away from this possible tornado. So on that note, here's your call to action for everybody in Ruston and points eastward. You kind of skirted on the western edge, on the eastern edge of that first tornado warning. You are now under this new tornado warning that does include southwestern sections of Union Parish and far western reaches of Ouachita Parish. I acknowledge the fact that Ouachita Parish is not under a tornado watch right now, but again, this band has kind of bled out a little bit farther eastward from Barrel's circulation, and this cell now warrants a tornado warning. Again, for far western sections of Ouachita Parish, northeastern sections of Jackson Parish, eastern Lincoln Parish, and far southwestern Union Parish until 7:30. Please take proper tornado precautions immediately. Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
This is one of the furthest eastward storms that we have seen so far today. I know we said that about the one previously, but again, this storm is not included in the tornado watch, so it is even increasingly important that you listen to these warnings as we continue throughout the night as well. If there's another warning similar to this, don't take your time getting into your safe place. Do it now. Take mere seconds to do it versus minutes, because that's the difference between life-saving measures and not. And as we had stated previously, this storm is moving at 40 miles per hour. The one that passed through the Grambling location, that was moving at 50 miles per hour. So these storms are not taking their time moving through your area. It'll be impacting the I-20 corridor fairly soon. So if you know that you are in the Ruston or Shudrint areas, you need to be in your safe place, and you also need to get off the roads. You need to get off of 80, you need to get off of I-20 and those surrounding locations, and make sure that you are staying safe, not just for you, but those of you that are surrounded by people and around you.
All right, for folks in Columbia County that are seeing that flashing red box to the west of Columbia County, that storm has now exited our viewing area, so we're really focused on the North Louisiana storms 1 and 2 as they make their way through the viewing area. There's also additional cells to the south. We'll have to watch those as well, especially now as we start seeing this activity pull kind of parallel to Barrel's circulation, which is now approaching the Texas and Louisiana border. To be honest with you, it's in far eastern Texas, and so as the circulation continues to move closer, you start seeing these bands move a little bit faster, and that's why these storms are moving at the pace they are. Again, the call to action for Jackson, Ouachita, Lincoln, and Union parishes. Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Think of an interior hallway, closet, or bathroom. And again, protect yourself from flying debris in whatever way you see fit. Our possible tornado would be in this area right here, and I'm going to zoom in, and that's just to the west of Eris. It's north of Chatham now, but just to the west of Eris, which is in Jackson Parish, right along the Ouachita Parish line, and we have an area of concern there. I'm going to go back to our just normal radar, and actually, it may be two different areas of concern. 1 and 2, as again, this thing continues to evolve. Everything's so fast developing and fast changing, it's really tough to pinpoint any one area without the next swipe giving you a completely different look. So again, if you're in the path of the storm along Interstate 20, Shudrint, and folks just east of Ruston, the Douglas community, a lot of the surrounding areas, Downsville, and then points farther southward, Eris, Chatham, just north of Chatham especially, you folks need to be in your safe place. This is your advance notice, and for those that have been watching our live streams and they say, well, we haven't said a whole lot about X, Y, and Z through the course of the day, we're starting to name some towns that we didn't name earlier in the day because all the activity was generally west of you folks. New tornado warning now out for portions of Claiborne Parish and Union County. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado just west of Highway 167, right along, that includes Union Parish 2. So Union, Claiborne parishes in Union County, right along Highway 167. Here's Junction City, 167 going to El Dorado. So that is a new tornado warning that's just popped up on the screen. That goes until 7:30. So now 3 different active tornado warnings across northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas. Again, just caution folks and urge folks to take proper tornado precautions. Get to your safe place now. Switching to just a different radar vantage point, there's our possible area of rotation just to the southwest of Bernice. Basically going to run parallel to Highway 167. If you're on 167, get off the road. Again, storm is west of 167 right now. Can't guarantee that it'll stay there. So please be in your safe place. The northwestern sections of our viewing area in the Claiborne Parish, there's still an area right here where I mentioned kind of the dead zone where there's not a lot of reds, but there's a stop of the greens. Still an area that we would have to monitor, so please stay sheltered if you're in those spots. Let's go back to the Lincoln, Ouachita, Jackson, Union tornado warning. And again, with this being so close to our radar site, we can probably have the best vantage point, and there is our area right there. And I'm going to zoom in on this again as we get a new swipe.
We did get a new update for that storm.
Okay, you want to read it? Go ahead and read it.
It's located 11 miles southeast of Ruston, currently moving north at 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, this is our spot right here. And again, when you go back to a traditional radar screen, our what we call the reflectivities mode would be this area right here, moving to the north. We'll be moving close to Shudrint and entrance along I-20 here in the next 15 minutes or so. And again, you've had quite the heads up. There's a look at some of the shear returns and showing some of the shear in the atmosphere associated, the twisting of the winds that indicate strong winds or possible tornado associated with this now Jackson Parish storm. That warning includes a lot of other areas, including Ouachita Parish, Union, and Lincoln parishes as well. So again, be aware of that storm. There's another storm south. Another 2 clusters of storms south and that we'll have to watch. Even the stuff moving into portions of LaSalle Parish, we're going to have to watch that. Anything that really pulses up with any kind of intensity has the potential to start spinning, especially, again, for storms that are kind of parallel to Beryl's circulation here, where the environment and the wind shear is kind of maximized here in the short term. Switch back over to the National Weather Service in Shreveport, and let's go hyper local. And again, this is just to the southwest of Bernice. And I just want to, again, it's kind of like that same spot where Highway 2 meets 167, just to the south of Highway 2, Wilson Road. Trying to read some of the Sharon communities on the far left-hand side of your screen. And again, here's Bernice.
State Road 2 as well, just west of Bernice, as well as Wilson Road, and Hunt Plant Road is towards the north.
So here's road Minnie Place, and then Hunt Plant Road. Here is our rotation, which has strengthened in the last radar scan.
We also have a new tornado warning coming out for Columbia, Arkansas.
All right. I would assume that's going to be for this circulation here, moving into Columbia County. So we'll just wait for the red box to pop up. There are numerous tornado warnings unfolding across the region. And again, the only thing I can really tell you is we're going to continue to pinpoint out as specific as we can get with each one of these storms, and we'll just kind of rotate back and forth. We go from one to the other to the other. I believe it's actually for this circulation here. Yeah, that's a new tornado warning basically over the old one. And so a new cell has moved through that area that is prompting tornadic concerns, or it's just that same existing one. But either way, a new tornado warning has been issued for Columbia County. And again, you can see the possible tornado here. Again, it doesn't look like much on radar, but not a lot of these signatures haven't looked like much at times. And then next thing you know, we've got radar confirmed tornadoes and things of that nature. And that's kind of what the day has been. Right along the Union Claiborne Parish line, just west of Highway 167. That's probably our strongest possible tornado signature at this point. Still continuing to monitor the storm as it approaches Shudrint, I-20 and along Highway 80. Just again, some of the other communities, we're talking Downsville eventually, and some of the surrounding areas, the Douglas community and some of those spots as we go through the next 20 minutes or so. There's our, one tornado warning was allowed to expire at 7. The new one's out until 7:30. So it basically replaces the old tornado warning that we had for essentially the exact same area. Tornado watches in effect till 10 or midnight for a good chunk of the viewing area. Just depends on your location. Again, there are some areas that are not under a tornado watch and may not see much of anything associated with Beryl, but the western half of the viewing area is kind of right in the thick of it, to be honest with you, as we go through this afternoon and now move into the evening hours.
We can switch over to mine if you want to discuss street names for the Union Parish and the Lincoln Parish tornado warnings. The couplet for the Union Parish storm in particular, just west of Bernice, has a tighter couplet. The reds and greens have shown brighter indices lately. So that's just south of Weldon as of this hour, and that's just southeast of Hunt Plant Road. And it's crossing currently a State Road 2, and again, it is just south of Weldon, that community. And next would be the Cramer Road and Barber Creek Road, and that's for the Union Parish communities as well. And that's just west of 167. If we move past back down to the storm and the Jackson Parish, Washtenaw Parish, Lincoln Parish storm, the overall radar and the indices relative to it, it doesn't have as big of a couplet as it did previously. But what we can see here is the Cartwright, the Shudrint communities as well as Douglas. Those are all locations that need to be in their safe places. This warning did get extended until 7:30, and this particular storm again is moving at 40 miles per hour. So a lot of these storms are quick moving, and if we go back to the storm towards the north, again, the newest one, this particular storm has had, or this particular area has had numerous tornado warnings reissued for it. And in particular, it was noted just west of Macedonia. So Hunt, Harmony, Sharman, we've said those names of those communities several times today, especially Hunt, Harmony, Macedonia, and those roads near Columbia Road 24. So again, you have to, again, get into your safe place. Don't let storm fatigue get in the way of your storm safety. Don't think just because, oh, it didn't affect me last time I was in a warning that it won't affect me this time. That's not the case, and that's not going to be the case ever. If you are ever in a tornado warning, get into your safe place. We just got a new radar update. So again, that warning hasn't really moved as of the last update. It has moved more northwest than last time near Sharman, and that's what we're expecting it to go. It's moving about 35 miles per hour. So again, this one is a slower moving storm in comparison to the two warnings that are in Louisiana. And we can take a step and look at the one again in Union Parish, and this will be crossing into the Weldon community currently across State Road 2. So Cramer Road and Hunt Plant Road is already past Hunt Plant Road. So Cramer Road, Barber Creek Road, those are all areas, if that sounds familiar to you, even Summerfield off towards the northwest, those are all locations that need to start taking their safe place. And even further south with the last storm near the I-20 corridor, that couplet with the last scan, you can finally see where it's at. It's just south of Longstraw near Taylor Road at this time, I believe, if you agree. That's where that would be. And it's starting to hug the western side of that polygon. So we have 3 warnings that we're tracking across the area. And if we look at the reflectivity, you can see that this is the center of Beryl right here. So as it continues the entire storm to move in the northeastern direction, eventually behind it, the overall activity will start to decrease behind these storms that we're seeing, but there is a secondary line back behind it. But as of this hour, we're keeping our eyes on the activity, but these are the only 3 warnings in effect, period, tornado warnings rather, but they're also the only 3 in our area as well.
Okay, so let's go back to Lynx 1, and we can, this is a different vantage point of the same storms that Alex was just talking about. But also on that note, the National Weather Service in Shreveport is going to locally extend our tornado watch that goes until 10 p.m. And that is now going to include, is now been extended to include Ouachita, Caldwell, and LaSalle parishes. So 3 new parishes added to the already existing tornado watch. So those 3 parishes, again, Caldwell, Ouachita, LaSalle, will all be included in the new tornado watch until, or in the current tornado watch until 10 p.m. It's not a new watch, just kind of a local extension of the one that we already had in place. Still monitoring our storm as it makes its way north of I-20 and north of Highway 80 in eastern sections of Lincoln Parish and far northern reaches of Jackson Parish, perhaps even far western reaches of Ouachita Parish and southwestern Union Parish. But again, I'm not necessarily seeing anything as glaringly obvious as there was earlier with that storm. Still seeing the possible tornado running kind of parallel to the Caldwell Union line just west of the parish line, continuing to trail off to the north, but our possible tornado is kind of just hugging the parish line, if you will. We'll approach the state line here shortly, Junction City, and a lot of folks along Highway 167 will be in the path of that one. And then again, we go back to our Columbia County storm, which I'll be honest with you, it's been kind of tough to see anything from this particular circulation, but a tornado warning remains in effect for the western half of the viewing area. And just because I say that I can't see something doesn't mean that there's no threat. Again, radars are imperfect pieces of technology, and in fact, on that note, now this is a radar confirmed tornado. So a tornado now on the ground in essentially the very similar area to where we had it earlier today, but it's a little bit farther eastward in northeastern sections of Caldwell, Claiborne Parish and Western Union Parish. Confirmed tornado on the ground. When that warning turns purple, it means it is indicated. Confirmed, excuse me.
It's located approximately 7 miles south of Junction City, and it's moving again at 40 miles per hour. So if you are in that flashing purple box, not red, it's purple now, meaning that it has been confirmed and it has been radar confirmed. You have less time than you typically would to get into your safe place. You have minutes. You don't have a long time, so grab whatever you need, head to the bathroom, head to the hallway, head to your safe place, and get there now. That way you can be safe. In terms of the actual
yeah, I've got the correlation coefficient pulled up, and so you can see that
right near Weldon.
Yeah, just to the north of the Weldon community. It is not the super dark bold blues or greens, but it's definitely enough that you can consider that a radar confirmed tornado. And as we get the new circulation and the new radar swipe, again, we've said it so much today that if you're looking at the radar, and a lot of us know what we're looking for, and there's a lot of weather hobbyists and amateur meteorologists and folks of that nature that we know the reds and greens, and you could pull up an app and look at the radar and typically know what you're kind of looking for. But with these low top, quick spinning tornadoes, it's so much more difficult. And then on that note, this particular storm, the tornado appears to be rain wrapped, so you wouldn't see it anyway. So make sure that you just heed the warning. Get to your safe place, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This Lincoln Parish storm is taking on a little bit of a different shape, if you will. And it's still showing that area of rotation, also faint, but there, southwest of Shudrin. And I'll switch over to our live storm tracker Doppler radar, which should have a better vantage point. It's not really seeing much, but again, if you're in this area, this possible tornado passing between Shudrin and Ruston right along Highway 80 and I-20, again, there very well could be a tornado forming or has already formed in this particular area. So again, if you're in the path of any of these storms, act quickly but calmly and get to your safe place, interior portion of your home, hallway, closet, bathroom, lowest level, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Think about you're just essentially playing hide and seek from a tornado. The more walls you have, the better off you are, and interior portion of your home is the best way to go.
I will say, with the latest update on the Shudron and Russon tornado warning, it's still moving at the same speed at 40, so it's still moving quick.
Yeah, so very fast-paced thunderstorms, and these cells that are starting to pop up as we get within this main line, these main cells are starting to kind of shrink down in coverage, but that doesn't mean that the wind environment is decreasing. So we're losing daytime heating. They're not flourishing as much in our environment in terms of their coverage and their intensity, but the wind environment associated is still very much present. And in fact, probably at one of its strongest points that we've seen, at least in our area so far today. So we continue to watch this line here and this line here, and while nothing is really developed yet, as those storms start to crawl northward, they will be cause for concern. And I'm talking about like an area like this, and I'll switch over to the radar. And for folks that are probably getting sick of us standing in front and clicking all the buttons, again, it's just easier just to kind of keep tabs on everything from right here on the screen. We'll watch that area of rotation. Doesn't look like much, and I've said that so much today, but just trying to draw attention to the fact that a lot of these areas won't take much to really get going. Looking at the lightning flashes associated with it, there's not a lot of lightning associated with these storms, which really means that they're almost becoming purely tropical in their overall scope and structure. Earlier today, it was almost like they were a hybrid of summertime thunderstorms with heat and instability, and they were a cross between that and a tropically driven kind of supercell. Now they're almost purely tropically driven because we're starting to lose that daytime heating. Again, these are all weather lessons that may not be that important to you, but it is important to the entire scope and scenario of what we're dealing with. And to be honest, when you've been on, when you've been providing this kind of coverage, and we've been talking about it for 5 hours straight, you're really just, to be honest with you, at this point looking for the end. You're looking for the end point. When is this all going to go away? Because we get sick of this and being on TV just as much as you get sick of dealing with the severe weather. So to be honest, we're just looking at where's the end point to all of this, and it's still probably at least a couple of hours away, if not into early Tuesday morning, before we can really say with any high degree of confidence that the severe weather threat is starting to lift out of our area. Quick check of that Shudron storm. Now again looks like it has crossed Highway 80 and I-20. Will continue to make its way northward toward Dubach, Farmerville, and some of these surrounding areas. Neither one of those towns is under the tornado warning, but keep an eye on it. The radar confirmed tornado. As I switch over to a different look, it looks like it's right in the central portions of the radar scan, and it looks like the Weather Service may have switched to a different scan, and so we're not getting as good a look. I would say it would be right in this area right here, just looking at the overall structure of the storm as it moves off to the north and east, but or north and west. But also, to be honest with you, it was rain wrapped essentially earlier. So again, this is where the point where we say, if you're under a warning, go to your safe place, ask questions later. Turn up your phone real loud, turn up your TV real loud, charge your cellular devices so you'll have a way of receiving alerts in the event that you lose power. But these are all things to keep in mind as these storms continue to progress through the viewing area.
Our radar velocity has a decent view of the couplet.
Of which one?
The confirmed in Claiborne Parish. Or it's decent. It's better than the previous one in Shreveport.
Yeah. We've got stuff going on in this area. As we approach we passed the 7 o'clock hour for folks in Union and Washita parishes, still tracking this this storm capable of producing a tornado. It would be in this area right here. Where our possible tornado would be, and that kind of coincides with the reds and greens kind of combined. Not the glaringly obvious tornado signature is what we call it as it moves northward, but again, warning remains in place. Heed the warnings, ask questions later in terms of as these warnings are issued. It's just they're so fast developing and fast moving. And on that note, as I move the radar screen around a little bit dizzying, keep an eye on these storms right here as they move northward. Ruston, Shudrint, Downsville, a lot of these areas you may not have seen your last tornado warning of the evening. And I'll go ahead and recenter before I step off screen. But you folks may not have seen the last of the active tornado warnings in your area. So again, I just want to stress to folks that don't let your guard down. If you're under a watch, you're under a watch for a reason, and make sure that you're practicing your tornado safety protocol. Have your severe weather plan in place and always be ready to use it. We get tornado warnings so frequently during the springtime months. Summertime, July, you usually don't see them unless there's something tropical related, and that's what's unfolding this evening.
And I want to remind folks that the end is in sight regarding the threat for severe weather this evening. We only have 3 tornado warnings on the screen now compared to the quite literally 12 earlier, not even 2 hours ago. So we're seeing a decline in activity, and it's now 7:16. So a new advisory of Beryl should have come out not too long ago regarding its overall structure and direction and intensity and whatnot, and we can take a look at that later. But regarding the storms that we're seeing now, again, the Lincoln Parish storm, it has crossed the I-20 corridor, so areas like in the Dubach and Farmerville communities, as aforementioned, those are now who need to start thinking ahead. The entire plan for this evening is not per se what is exactly happening now. Of course, if you're in a warning, think about what's happening now, but if you are not in a warning, you need to think ahead of what may occur later this evening. The watches go into effect, or are still in effect for a good portion of the region until 10 p.m. and until midnight. So it's 7:17 now. We have a few more hours until the threat is completely over for the majority of the area. And so as we continue, it's important to remember that, again, this is a marathon and not a sprint, that we're tracking for the majority of the area as we continue to monitor this. Now, regarding the Lincoln Parish storm, the tornado warning for the Columbia County storm did get canceled early.
That's good.
Which is good news. The area of rotation looked to be pretty weak earlier.
Also of note, Beryl is now officially down to a tropical depression. Maximum sustained winds at 35 miles per hour. Center is located 30 miles east-southeast of Tyler, Texas, and continuing to move off to the north-northeast at about 16 miles per hour. So again, a pretty decent forward pace of a storm that should undergo its extratropical or post-tropical transition tomorrow. I'm not going to get into the specifics of what that means, because to be honest with you, it's not that important for what we're dealing with right now. But we will see this storm go from a tropical system to your normal, well, not even a normal mid-latitude cyclone, because it's not, but essentially like a hybrid post-tropical, subtropical system. And then eventually we will become a post-tropical remnant low and kind of take on more of the characteristics of a mid-latitude cyclone. But anyway, as you take a look at the shear values with these 2 storms, and again, the organization is not where it was 20 or 30 minutes ago, but I just caution folks, please just stay sheltered, be in your safe place, follow the rules of severe weather, and just be smart. The heavier downpours that are also starting to unfold across the area, there's going to be some blinding rainfall along I-20 with that tornado warning. I know it doesn't look like much on radar, but again, it's copious amounts, unlimited amounts of moisture. So again, where most storms will just kind of rain themselves out and be gone, these will not do that, because they have so much moisture to work with. Quick check of our live storm tracker Doppler radar, and again, still seeing an area of rotation that's approaching the Lincoln Union line. I'm just going to zoom in real close. This is near the Downsville area. Again, I cannot say with any certainty that a tornado has formed or is forming, but the structure would still support the possibility of a tornado in this area. I'll circle it right here. In this area right here. So
it has passed already the I-20 corridor and the Shudrint and Ruston locations, the higher populated areas. So you're still residing in the box.
It's also making its way toward Farmerville, though. So
right. So Farmerville, you are not in the warning box yet, so you need to start thinking ahead about you getting into your safe place soon. But again, if you're closer to the I-20 corridor, like in Shudrint or Ruston, or even closer to the other side of the warning box, again, you are the area of rotation is further north of your area as of this hour.
All right, so a quick scan of our live storm tracker Doppler radar shows that do 2 different tornado warnings as we work deeper into the 7 o'clock time frame. I also acknowledge that we're getting into our prime time programming on NBC 10 and Fox 14, and I know that it's usually very unpopular for us to be on air. Again, I can assure you, 5+ hours. We don't want to be on the air any more than you want us to be on the air, but we have active tornado warnings and a very fast moving situation. These storms develop quickly and they fizzle quickly, and we're optimistic that as we approach maybe the 7:30 time frame that maybe we don't need additional tornado warnings. But then you start turning attention toward this little area right here and the storms off to the south. And we really haven't been successful in going an extended period of time. I think we went 1.5 minutes without a tornado warning in our viewing area over the last 5 hours. And it is quite frustrating for viewers in the eastern sections of the viewing area that aren't seeing anything. I totally understand that. But the problem is we're seeing some periods of very heavy rainfall and a fast-moving, evolving system with a landfalling tropical system. What was Tropical Storm Beryl, what was Hurricane Beryl at one point, now down to a tropical depression. And every tropical system is different. While we are not seeing the direct impacts like we did with Gustav and with Isaac and with Laura and with Delta, we saw the sustained tropical storm force winds. Never really had much of a tornado threat, but we have had them before with Ike and with Hannah. Those are 10, 15 years ago, but they are instances where we get caught in just that right position in proximity to the storm center that the conditions become favorable, especially with a summertime environment that will allow for the occasional thunderstorms that can and will produce tornadoes. We've had a lot of radar confirmed tornadoes on the ground today, kicking up debris and things of that nature. Go ahead, Alex.
This is also one of the earliest June-July storms to form, so even though we are officially in the summer months of the year, we're still feeling some of the per se spring effects, especially in our area of the country, that we don't have a lack of severe weather, especially on the Ark-La-Miss during this time of year.
Yeah, you still have that warm, humid, unstable air. You just usually don't have cold fronts strong enough to sweep through that really tap into that environment. You get a tropical system to come through, which kind of creates its own environment, and it taps into that environment, and the next thing you know, you've got stuff that we're dealing with currently. Still watching this Union, Lincoln, Ouachita Parish storm, although it looks as though the warning has been canceled or trimmed away for western Ouachita Parish, and still continuing to watch the surrounding areas to the south and west, the south and east, as these cells continue to just kind of do their own thing. Again, watching the storm as it now starts to approach the state line. I think the National Weather Service and Shreveport's radar will probably have a better vantage point at this. But yeah, there's still an area of rotation that's approaching the state line west of Highway 167. This was radar confirmed at one point. I would venture to say it's not necessarily a radar confirmed tornado anymore, but when the warning was initially issued, it was radar confirmed. So again, just take the warning seriously. Also, as you look at these tornado warnings, they're large tornado warnings, and tornadoes impact a small area. There are a lot of folks that live through tornado warnings, numerous dozens of tornado warnings, and never see a tornado. That's, again, the margin of error that is created and used to help keep people safe during tornado warnings is, yeah, tornadoes only impact a sliver of an area as a tornado forms. Same with severe thunderstorm warnings. You may live through hundreds of severe thunderstorm warnings and never truly encounter a severe thunderstorm with the 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And so when folks do encounter it, it's quite frightening because you've been under the warnings for so long. Again, as Alex mentioned, kind of storm fatigue. We've done this before, no big deal, but every storm is different, and while you may not feel the full impacts from one storm, all it takes is one, and that's usually the memorable one for a lot of folks. And I'm not trying to scare folks, but it's just the kind of the real nature of severe weather. We get a lot of warnings in this area, and for lack of a better term, a lot of them go by the wayside and people go, that's it, that was all we got. Well, yeah, that's how these warnings are issued, and we again just have to paint with a broad brush sometimes. Still monitoring this area of circulation that's now moving into southern Union Parish, and then we also still have an area just above the banner here. I'll take that down. This area right here, still watching a lot of stuff, but the warned storm is headed toward, I believe that's the Darbone community, and yeah, moving to, I believe that's the Farmerville Highway, so moving from Farmerville to Ruston. So again, just be mindful of what you're going to be dealing with as these storms continue to progress off to the north. Still 2 active tornado warnings and a tornado watch. 2 different tornado watches out, one till 10, one till midnight, as tropical depression Beryl's impacts on the Ark-La-Miss continue to become slightly more widespread this evening. Again, watch these bands. Additional warnings may be needed from those at any time. A new tornado warning actually out for the I-30 corridor into northern and, into central sections of Arkansas. So again, it shows the wide scope of what we've been dealing with through the evening. We are approaching the 7:30 time frame, and aside from those 2 warnings, if both of them are allowed to drop at 7:30, then we will hopefully be able to send you back to your primetime programming on NBC 10 and Fox 14. Our Facebook Lives will stop at that time as well. But I want to urge and encourage folks, or warn folks, whatever, however you want to take it, that if a new warning is issued for our viewing area, if a new tornado warning is issued, we will jump right back into programming as needed. The other thing to keep in mind is the last time we left you for severe weather programming, we were off the air for about a minute and a half, and then we had to come right back on. So I just want to preach patience for a lot of the viewers who are, again, on a Monday night in the middle of summer, probably just want to watch their favorite game show or what have you tonight. I'll also say that some of them are reruns, so that's a little bit of good news too. I'm not trying to be a spoiler, but just letting you know that some of what you're seeing, you've probably already seen. A quick check of the storm relative velocities. Again, this storm starting to exit. This storm also starting to exit its warning box as we approach 7:30. Still monitoring this area to the northwest of Farmerville. Fingers crossed that we start seeing a downward trend in a lot of this activity over the next little bit. But also, as I step off screen for at least a short period of time, I want to redraw the tornado watches that remain in effect. You'll see them on the bottom of your screen scrolling, but just a reminder of the tornado warnings that are currently in effect.
As of right now, again, these are the only 2 warnings in the entire Ark-La-Miss that we're tracking, and they both expire in less than 5 minutes. They expire at 7:30, and we have tracked this particular area of storms for quite some time, especially the area just south of El Dorado and Claiborne Parish. That particular region has received numerous amounts of active tornado warnings in that vicinity. And as we continue to monitor the continuation of the bands of Depression Beryl as it continues to move throughout the area this evening and even early tomorrow morning, it's important to note that you need to have your warnings alert to where you can hear them tonight, because after these 2 warnings end, that is not the end of the potential for severe weather for this evening. So make sure that your warnings are on and loud and are able to wake you up if needed as we continue our evening, because the watches will go effect or still in effect until 10 p.m. and midnight, correct?
Right. So yeah, I wanted to bring that map up real quickly before we wrap up and hopefully wrap up and go back to our regular programming. But here's a look at our tornado watches that are now issued until 10 p.m. Again, a local extension for Ouachita, Caldwell, and LaSalle parishes. So a lot of you folks probably got that alert on your phone here in the last half hour or so, and you're probably thinking, I thought we weren't under a tornado watch. Well, you weren't. Now you are, and you'll be under one until 10 o'clock at least. There's also the opportunity for the National Weather Service, if needed, to locally extend this watch. So not only can they extend the distance, the counties and parishes included, they can also extend the time. The tornado watch for Ouachita, Calhoun, Bradley, and Drew counties in southern Arkansas, that goes until midnight. So you folks are going to have to pay attention a little bit longer. Have a way of receiving these alerts as we progress through the rest of the the evening as we now hit the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour and kind of awaiting and just making sure that these tornado warnings go away like they're supposed to. And there they go. So for the first time in 5.5 hours, the Ark-La-Miss has no tornado warnings. Continue to heed the watches, act quickly if a warning is issued in your area, exercise caution on the local roadways, especially where we've seen the heaviest rainfall so far this evening. We'll send you back to your regularly scheduled programming, and our social media coverage will end for now. We will return and resume if needed as we go through the rest of the evening. Stay tuned to NBC 10 and Fox 14. We'll keep you updated with the latest.
From NBC 10, this is a severe weather alert.